Hello, welcome everybody. Hope you're doing beautifully. How's it going, Alan?
Well, it's always great to be here on Portal to Ascension with you. I'm glad we're broadcasting also on New Realities. We have some incredible people today, which will help us be initiated to the fantastic weekend that's coming up this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Exactly. What was you were on, I wasn't on yesterday. What were some highlights for you?
For the from yesterday's thing.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people came together in different ways to raise the energy. So if you take all the people that spoke yesterday, they're all contributing to this new wave of codes, initiations, higher frequencies that are coming into the planet now. So collectively,
yes.
that was a really high. I think it's going to continue today. I mean, our first guest, Darren, is an activator. I mean, I think everyone's showing up here. If you listen to the whole, what is it, 6 hours here?
Yeah,
People are going to be
5 or 6 hours,
different.
yep.
And then, this is a preparation for the live event we're doing this weekend. So,
Exactly. So Alan's gonna be the MC for the first half of the day. I'll be on a little later, and we're gonna go ahead and play this right now, and then you wanna bring on we can bring on Darren right after Alan.
okay,
Let's do
great.
it.
Okay, let's
All right.
do this
So
promo for this weekend.
guys, we're only 5 days away, I think 4 days away from the New Living Expo. Every speaker, except for the first one yesterday, is going to be at the New Living Expo. So you get to really, um, dive into their work, not only for what they do online and, all the different work that they can offer, but also if you get a chance to, please come and visit us next weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 17th to 19th, the New Living Expo, newlivingexpo.com. We have 120 speakers, 125 exhibitors, and honestly, some like I was going through the list of speakers and talks just the other day, and it's incredible, like profound. Such great awareness is going to be shared. We have a sound sanctuary where we're going to have sound healing and cacao ceremonies and breath work going on throughout the day. We're going to have a music stage. It's going to be really fun. So I want to play the video. Anything you want to say before I do that?
Um, I'm looking forward to this weekend, just not just the speakers, but the community that gathers there, the panel discussions, the music, the sound room, the some great new technologies that you're bringing in as vendors as well. So I think
Exactly.
overall, it's a fantastic weekend coming up.
Exactly. All right, everybody. So enjoy today. Alan will take over right after this video, and I'll see you in about 3 hours.
Thanks, Steve.
The world is changing faster than ever before, and within this evolution, a new consciousness is rising. At the New Living Expo, thousands gather to expand consciousness, explore new conscious technologies, ancient wisdom, and the future of human potential. Immerse yourself in 3 days of heart-expanding wisdom and mind-binding awareness, with over 90 speakers sharing tools to awaken your highest potential. 125 exhibitors, 3,000 attendees, awakened souls unite in one powerful weekend of learning, healing, and connection. Experience transformation, connection, and the next chapter of human evolution. It is time for humanity to awaken. Join us at newlivingexpo.com.
Wow, that's exciting. I'm going to bring up today's first guest, and Darren. Hey, thanks for being here today, and thanks for coming this coming weekend to this amazing expo. Darren Starwynn. I'll just do a little introduction. You're a quantum catalyst, a master healer, over 30 years of clinical acupuncture. I'm an acupuncturist. I want to talk to you about that.
Cool.
Yeah. Light worker ministry you have, a mastery in consciousness, director of Bridge to Mastery of Consciousness.
Bridge to Mastery, yeah.
Right. You've written best-selling books. You have, I think what I get from your biography is you're combining energy medicine with practical, hands-on clinical work. Is that fair to say?
That's certainly one of the facets, yeah.
I just wanted to ask you about acupuncture and what we were talking about before with Neil. What is the secret to anti-aging from all the modalities you've studied?
Well, I think it has to do with the integration of light into our epigenetic systems, because our epigenetic systems are always switching genes on and off in our body depending on what input we're taking in. And so there's a lot of really trashy input out there that people are taking in that are aging them prematurely and, and actually aggravating their immune system. So if you just make the shift into taking in like vibrations and energies and being around communities of people who are really dedicated to being conscious and being healthy and tuning into these higher frequencies, it literally switches the gene expression in your body, and your body is remodeled. So that's my favorite way of anti-aging.
Wow.
Getting out of nature, getting out of nature is like my wonder drug, my drug of choice. That's also a great way.
It is. So you think just sitting on your phone and scrolling for hours is not the best thing to do? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I cannot judge, because I realize that we've moved into this time called non-judgment day, where I can't judge what anyone else does anymore. So that's obsolete. So
but you can advise them that the most beneficial way of being is being around higher light frequencies. I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's a very good way to put it, Alan, that it is an option. And to me, this is not a belief. I see the new earth around me. Like, I was out hiking yesterday, and I just see it as like this higher vibrational earth is already here. And then I'm also aware that such crazy, cruel, horrible things are happening in the crumbling old earth. And literally our nervous systems actually have to make a choice between which earth we're going to live in. And I feel like this whole New Living Expo is a really great input for people to get clear. First, you have to get clear what the choice is, and that you actually have a choice, and then learn how you can actually make this choice to live in the new earth now, not in the future someday, but it exists right now.
New Living is a great title for this expo. New Living Expo. What is the new living that we're moving into as these dimensional doorways open, as these activations happen, as initiations are encountered and gone through? I think one more thing I want to say is that we think all the information we're going to get today is digital. And when you walk out into nature, you're being flooded with, I would call, information that's coming from this higher organic frequency. Is that fair to say here?
It is. Our societies have gotten so programmed with the frequencies that we're being bombarded with, most of which are not good for our health. Even music. I mean, it's amazing. Even music. I forget when it was, maybe the 1920s, when they actually changed the musical scale. So that was used in music that was no longer the original one. It was slightly different, so it could be fit into digital formats better, but it took some of the soul out of music. So, I mean, there's so many ways. So yeah, when you get out in nature, even if it's a city park, whatever you can do, you're suddenly bathed in what's real and what's natural, and your body remembers that. And that is so important for mental health and enjoyment.
Right. I mean, that's such a good point that it's what Marshall McLuhan said, the medium is the message.
Right.
So even though we think we're getting like this amazing new messages on Instagram or Facebook, it's filtered through the medium that has 90% more of the effect than the actual content that it's displaying. So we have to take that into account. So when we're in nature, the awareness is so much more unlimited. I do have to remind myself to step away from the phone and computer and go out and just stand in front of a tree or walk barefoot on the sand at the beach. And that's information, or more than information. That is, wouldn't even call it technology. That is the life force coming into us. So let's preserve nature. Let's go out to the parks or the beaches or the mountains and really open up to these wider expansions of possibilities. That's one more thing I want to talk to you about is acupuncture. What was your, because that's a natural modality that activates the life force in the body. What can you say about acupuncture?
Yeah. Well, acupuncture is something that I practiced for 25 years. And say the last 8 years or so, I've done much less of that and transformed more into what I call quantum healing and working as a shamanic healer practitioner. Mm-hmm. But acupuncture is something that is remarkable because if you look at who actually developed acupuncture, we often forget about that. You know, now acupuncture is a system that is wonderful, and it'll help you with, you know, your nervous system, your body, and helping regulate so many things, relieving pain. The roots of acupuncture are very, very interesting. There were ancient Taoist masters in China thousands of years ago who actually spent their whole time just working on their consciousness and clarifying their consciousness. They would live out in nature. They would eat very pure foods. They spent hours and hours meditating and practicing and contemplating the universe. And they got to the point of total clairvoyance where they could actually just directly sense the universe, the earth, you know, the humanness, and all these forces of nature. And they came up with this whole cosmology of how things really work. Mm. And then eventually they were looking for tools, how they could apply that to the human body. And they came up with acupuncture. But we've forgotten about a lot of that original roots of acupuncture now.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. The Taoist masters were so, and Taoism is not, it's a way of connecting to nature and realizing that the human body is a microcosm of the macrocosm. You know, we contain the universe, and the energy meridians in the body are related to nature. They're related to the elements of nature, to the vibratory frequencies of nature. So I do think acupuncture is quite an amazing practice if you understand the roots of it from Taoist. Not, and you know, I have to say, not in a negative way, but when the communists took over China, they kind of erased all the spiritual connections to the Taoist practices and made it into a kind of very Western logical system that they called TCM, traditional Chinese medicine, which was not traditional at all. And I happened to study with one of the great Taoist teachers of acupuncture, Jeffrey Ewan. Do you know Jeffrey Ewan's work?
Yeah, I do know him. Sure.
What a genius he was. So, you know, yes, the original understanding of acupuncture, and someone commented here about that. Thank you, Karen. So, yeah, thank you for saying that. And I think we have these great technologies from the past that transcend the electronic digital age that are here to help us. And what are you going to be talking about today and at the New Living Expo?
Well, you know, Alan, the biggest thing that I really want to talk about is avatar consciousness. This is something that I'm really on fire about. And I really know that I've done so many kinds of healing in my work and mentoring and teaching and coaching. And this is what I feel is my best contribution, is to be an activator, as you mentioned earlier, is that really my top job description is to be a quantum catalyst. And I want to explain what that means. The quantum catalyst is somebody who helps to activate other people who are ready to step into living in a more complete way, I think maybe a higher level embodied way. And I want to explain what an avatar is. Now, I know a lot of people think of Avatar now, they think of movies by James Cameron with people with blue skin, or they'll think of like icons that are on a video game or something like that. But these are new uses of the word avatar. The original meaning is literally the divine source power of the universe expressing itself through one of us, through human beings. And there's a purpose. There's a purpose why that happens. And there's a great quote from the Bhagavad Gita. You familiar with that, Alan, the Bhagavad Gita?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure most
yes,
people.
I am. The
Yeah.
Bhagavad Gita. And I'm not familiar with it as much as the Chinese literature, but what's the great quote that you
Well, the quote is Krishna is this avatar who is in that story. And Krishna says at one point, there's a word called dharma, and that's why I explain if anyone doesn't know what dharma means. Dharma means living in accordance with nature and living according to your soul purpose and like doing what you're here to do. That would be dharma. It generally involves being nice to other people and kind to the environment. And so anyway, he said, when dharma declines, when righteousness declines, when people forget the meaning of life and evil starts taking over the world, I come forth to vanquish evil, to reestablish dharma, and to bring, to bring people back into harmony with nature, something like that. I'm not quoting it exactly, but that quote sounds like some interesting historical thing in some old scripture from India, but it's 1,000% relevant to right now where we are. Like if we look around the world and see, righteousness declining, people moving out of dharma, very dark forces taking over our governments and things like this, you can see that this is a time when, according to that, avatar or avatars would show up to help correct things. So, in the past, avatars were, we know these very famous ones like Krishna, like Jesus, like Buddha, Kuan Yin, and there's these great names that are kind of almost like mystified, or there's religions, or they're put up on pedestals. But the time we're in now, we don't need that anymore. We don't need people up on pedestals that people worship and go, oh, look how great that is. This is the time for many, many of us to awaken as avatars in a very real, practical way. And this is what my work is to help people who are ready for this, many of whom are already healers or healthcare practitioners or teachers who are already doing great work, but they just know that they're ready. They've hit some plateau and they know that they're ready to break through and to manifest on a much more powerful level that has always been inside of them. Like it's not some new thing that you learn, like you go to a seminar and you learn some new thing. It's something you've always had inside of you, but you just could only access it to a limited extent. And so that's called activation, when whatever those qualities you've already had become awakened and it becomes your day-to-day reality. And I feel like this is the time when, more than anybody else, I mean, there's so many, we all need to really be all hands on deck to help the situation in the United States and other countries right now, which is so critical. And everybody has their part to play. Politicians have their part to play, scientists have their part to play, humanitarians and have their part to play. I feel the role that avatars have is actually so crucial.
But Darren, how do you activate the avatar energy? Yeah, it's in all of us, but how does that come forward?
Okay, this is a great question, Alan. See, all of us have what I call superpowers. In other words, when you're not as awakened, you have talents. You're good at certain things and you tend to do those things. You tend to work in those fields and people look to you for those things. But as you awaken yourself, the avatar codes inside of you, those talents become superpowers, which means that it's literally like the power and love and presence of, God, goddess, whatever word you want to use, expressing in a much more intense level through you than just talents. So I'm saying it because I've realized from working with groups of people for so many decades that my superpower is to be an activator, to be a quantum catalyst. So that when I work with people, either individually or in groups, they tend to just pop into that like rewiring their body so that they can hold avatar consciousness. And it's very different for each person. And of course, I'm not the only one. There's many other people who are acting as catalysts and activators in different lineages and different groups. And there's so many different ways it's happening. So I think that's one way is community is so important, because I feel like the day of the solitary person doing their spiritual path it's always valuable. But this thing, when we come together in communities and people are raising their consciousness together and going past their shadow parts of their, like being willing to face the shadow parts of themselves that were usually the scary, the yucky parts, the parts that we have issues in. Like to really embrace those parts in sacred community where you feel safe and have that support. And then when that happens, there's a field that happens in groups that I've seen over and over again. When people really learn to trust each other and be vulnerable with each other and share their darkest parts with each other and their light with each other, then people in that group can pop into these higher states more easily. And I've had the ability to be like a catalyst in those kind of groups.
Right. So you're not, I mean, you're, let me just come back up on the screen there. You're talking around it in a sense, but what actually brings in the avatar energy? I mean, that's always been going on for a long time, what you're saying. So there must be something you discovered that activates this in the human body, would you say?
Okay. So thanks for the challenge to be more specific. I always appreciate that.
Okay.
There's basically what happens is a process. There's several steps of the process. And one of the first ones I call vairagya. That's a word from Sanskrit. It means when you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, you'll finally change. That's a more modern way to put it. Like when somebody is fed up with the way things have been and the way their mind works and limits them, and you're willing to like go out of your comfort zone, then that's the first step to this process. So I'm going to try to break, since you're asking me to be more specific, I'm going to like say some specific steps. So life brings people to that point, where you don't want to just keep searching for the next fascinating spiritual thing. You just want to just find your own true self and really bring it out and free yourself from like a lot of the parts of your own mind that have been keeping you spinning and off balance. Then at that point, people become attracted to groups of people or teachings or teachers who can actually help them. There's the old, saying, when the student is ready, the master appears. And that can take many different forms. Then the actual transformation, there are certain forms of meditation that I call embodiment practices. And they're different than a lot of the meditations I used to work with, because they're much more based on like your lower abdomen area, bringing more of these higher vibrations that you've always known into these parts of your body that usually have resisted them. Because you think of the lower three chakras, there's survival chakra, then there's the sexuality chakra, and then power. People have a lot of difficulty with those areas, especially spiritual people. And, there's a statistic out there that close to over 80% of people who have claimed to be spiritual teachers have in some way often done things out of integrity. Once they really have big followings, that they often find them, people find them sleeping with their disciples or taking the money, or it's because it's so hard to fully bring spirituality into those lower chakras. It's much easier to have a beautiful open heart, to have a high crown chakra, to be radiating light, to seeing all these hidden things in the universe. But to actually like come to terms with your humanness is the big test of the avatar. We have to be, really go into those areas. So that's another part. And then the other thing is that we already are this thing. It's like we don't become avatars. We already are that. We've been this for all along. It's just being willing to shift identity, like the old programmed slave type identity that we've been in, just like Neo when he was in the Matrix and the movie The Matrix, and then Morpheus gave him the red pill and he said, you're going to realize that you've been a slave all along. Right. That was a very...
Yeah, no, I love everything you're saying and it all feels real. I think though, what you're not saying, my feedback, is that you've discovered something with all the training you've done that hasn't been put together by anyone else in this evolutionary time in a new way that will activate the avatar energy that no one's really done before. That's why I want you to really, I'm here for you, Darren. So please tell us your insight into avatar energies or relationships.
Oh, I really appreciate you to keep pushing me. Thank you. Thank you.
Of course,
Yeah.
that's your job. Okay.
Well, let me explain what it looks like and how it happens. Like, we had a retreat last December at Land of Medicine Buddha down near Santa Cruz, and there was about 20 people there, and I was the main facilitator. I had a few assistants. These are all people who came to this who were, pretty advanced people. Like, all people have been doing meditation and have explored many different spiritual paths. Many of them were healers or doctors or therapists. And so there's a really beautiful group of people, and they came there, and there was a point where in the retreat where it was kind of like, it felt like critical mass. Like, it's a certain point where we'd gone through enough of the preliminary processes and meditations and discussions and working through the shadow work, and we did this cacao ceremony, and the group was ready for some kind of breakthrough. And none of them knew how to do it or what that would look like. They just felt like maybe a little bit shaky, like there was, some feelings that were up, and they felt like this higher energy that was really like vibrating them. So it was ripe situation. So what I've learned that I can do in the situation like that is one person at a time came to the front of the room, and they would express the things they were going through. Sometimes some painful stuff was coming up for people, and they talk about it. And then other people in the group would say sympathetic things to them, like, very compassionate things, supportive, and maybe sort of psychological insights. But when I was listening, I was saying, yes, that's all good, but there's something else that will really help this person even more than all that supportive information. And as a catalyst, I was able to look at that person and see what was happening with them on a soul level, exactly where they were blocked and exactly what they weren't seeing and what they were ready for. And then at that point, like, either work with them energetically, like doing energy work with them, or calling up certain people in the group who I knew would resonate with them, and challenging them to go past the place that they had been in their self-image. And all I can say is every person in that group, when they're in front of the room like that, had this like epiphany where they just transformed. And some of them had, cried. Other ones, it was not emotional. It was just more like an opening. You just saw their aura expand. Other people, they became really clear on something that had been confusing them a long time. And so what actually happened in that moment, is basically, I feel that all the things in their life that had brought them to that point, and a lot of the intense processes of that retreat, brought them to a point where they were so in touch with their, I'd say, like pushing up against the membrane of where they had been limited, of what their identity was, and they had enough desire to pop through that membrane to a greater state of awakening or personal empowerment. And that somehow between the group and my coaching and whatever, this activation that I brought through to them, they just had it, something like shifted like that. And their lives have been different ever since in many different ways. So what actually I think happens is that there's a shift in the chakras system, that our chakras have certain ways we grow up with. And then the chakra can open up to a higher vibration version of the chakra. It's like you get a download from the source of like an updated chakras. That happens for some people.
Yeah.
Is that getting any closer to? Am I getting any closer to answering what you're asking?
You are, because you're talking about your intuitive insights into other people's energy field, and you're using your own avatar mind to access what potential that person has. So I appreciate. It's hard to talk about because every case is different. And so I'll take myself for an example. If you could tune into that avatar consciousness, I mean, of course, you don't know me very well, but what would you suggest from your higher state that I could do to reactivate more potential right here, right now? I mean, if you could tune in, is that too much to ask you? I mean,
no.
Okay, then go for it.
Okay. Well, I want to ask you a question first, Alan.
Sure.
It just, if you go into your own body, where in your body do you feel any kind of focal point where you feel like something could shift, like where there is something, either something uncomfortable or incomplete or very tired?
Well,
can you sense it?
Yeah, I do feel I could get more sleep. Sometimes I have a problem. I wake up in the middle of the night, and
Yeah, right.
I used to be able to sleep better, and so, and then if I get up too early, then I'm tired through the day. So I just need to rebalance that sort of resting idea, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. What I sense about you, Alan, if I tune in, is that you're really an old soul, and you've done a tremendous amount of study and work and exploration and teaching, and that you've done a lot, and it's really beautiful work. And in a way, there's a plateau that you've come to where you're a little weary with this, and you know that there is a bigger picture for you, and maybe there's even a little bit of feeling like of concern, like, am I going to be able to do this? Like, because in other words, when I work with people, I see that they're usually very accomplished people already, people who have done a lot of impressive things in consciousness and in the world, and yet everybody comes to a point eventually where they're just ready for something new, and they might not know what it is. So I feel that for you, Alan, that's what's the case is. Like I know you work a lot with the UFOs and with the contact, and you've done a lot of research there. So can I ask you a question?
Sure, anything you want.
Yeah. So what do you feel you were most hungry for in this next step in your life?
That's a great question. I hope you work with people at the expo in this manner, because I think you are tuning in. I'm completing another book. There's some light on. So what am I hungry for? Well, I'm doing it. I'm hungry for knowledge. I'm hungry for, actually, I have to say, time by myself, where I don't have to deal with anybody, and just be in my own inner state, so I can organize my thoughts a little better and bring in some new knowledge, particularly about the UFO situation, because I think we're at a critical point in that revelation. So I'm excited about that. I'm hungry, yeah, is one way of putting it, but excited about what's possible, what's coming to the planet. I mean, in a way, it's similar to your revelation about the avatar work. So I plan on taking some of this summer off from traveling, and just being able to bring all my thoughts together. And I also have this other book I'm working on, so there's a lot. Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting time, and the world's actually a bit of a mess, but it's always been that way. We think this is new, but I mean, of course, it doesn't have to stay this way, that, war and all those awful things, because I think there is a shift happening, and this is what Bashar says, last chance for density. So anyway, are you getting anything from what I'm saying here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I feel like you have, there's different timelines in front of each one of us. Those are different possibilities of how our future is going to manifest from this point. And according to quantum physics, all those different possibilities exist simultaneously. It's just the question of which one that we're activating with our attention. And I feel like for you that there's another timeline available to you that you may not be fully aware of yet. That's different than the things you're already thinking about. And it's quite radical. It's like there's quite a big rebirth energy in that timeline. And almost like I see you getting younger, like you almost like being reborn while you're still alive in this body. And that if you were to go through that timeline, that you get a whole new lease on life. And I mean, you have so much going on already, but I can see that that's there for you.
I like that. That's useful information for me. So how would I access? I also don't want to make it just about me. So
Yeah.
for example, to to talk to everyone, but how would me or anyone access this timeline? Because I think you are onto something there, Darren. I really appreciate you tuning in like that. So how would me or anyone activate this new timeline?
Well, of course, for one thing, in general, it's to just for within yourself is do some meditations where you really inquire about this. Like, you do some writing, do some talking into a voice app or something, and just ask your higher self to show you. I mean, that's the ultimate thing, is we have to go find it from our own divine guidance. And in my trainings I do with people, one of the biggest parts is having them activate their higher intuition, higher sense perception, so we can get our own answers. I mean, that's real liberation. So it's there, but you see, these other timelines, there's usually some kind of block of fear around it, because we associate it with something, maybe old persecution, or we associate it with something that's unsafe. So that's why, like, one thing that really helps is community. That's why the things that I do with people is I bring groups together, because within a group of people that are awakening in this way, we go do it much faster and much clearer than trying to do it just yourself. But also, if you can come to my talk, I'm offering a talk at the Expo this coming Friday at 6 p.m., the 17th. I'm going to be offering a lot of these activations to anybody who comes to pop into their next level. So that's going to be a good experience.
No, I will come to your talk. I think I'm free at 6. I don't think I'm doing a panel. And I like what you're saying, and I think you're tuned into something. And one more element, yeah, I like meditation. My mother just died, which is a kind of, in a way, it's a rebirth, because now you have to give birth to yourself in a way, because that physical connection is the doorway we come in, and now we're here. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff about that. So, yeah, I think you're getting somewhere. I understand partly, but one more element is that we are coming into a new time, right? The frequency of the planet's different. So the way we, what I say about my show, New Realities, the way we cognize reality is becoming, there's a new doorway opening for us, which I think is what you're also saying. So, and then working in a group is good, but there's the frequency. How do you say we work with this new frequency that and I think this is what you're telling me, that we have yet to even perceive, but is present, and we need to switch the way we think about the world in order to access what you're calling avatar energy. So anyway, I'm just thinking about that. And thank you, Karen, for your message there. Anyway, go ahead. If you can.
Well, how much more time do I have before this is over?
That is a good question. So you are on till 11 a.m. So if there's stuff you want to talk about besides my question, so you have another 22 minutes. So
well, I was thinking actually offering an activation right here on this show.
Perfect. Go for it then, please.
Now, is there a way with the StreamYard that I can share sound from my computer? Because I have some music.
Yeah, if you press the button at the bottom, that's the plus sign there. Do you see that? And it says,
the plus sign. Okay.
And then it says share. Is it a video file or a?
No, it would just be audio, like something on Spotify.
I think if you, include share screen, share. I think if you share the video file and also press a sound link, you go to the Spotify link there, and you share video. Try that.
Okay.
Or share screen.
So go to share screen, you think?
Yeah, go to share screen. Yes.
Okay.
And
okay, share screen.
Yes, and then click that share. Is it coming up? When you go to share screen, press entire screen, okay?
Entire screen, okay.
And then it will come up on the
It
file.
says, okay, I'll share system audio. Good. I'll put that on. Okay, good. That now it'll work. Okay. So
And
now
yeah,
I
go
don't
and
necessarily
share.
want to share the video. I just want to share the audio. So let's
Try
see.
it. I'll tell you
I'll
if I
just try
hear.
putting on the music and see if it comes through now.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, yes.
Okay, here we go.
Mm-hmm. And you can just also play it through your computer, and we'll hear it anyway, the way we're hearing your sound, I think. Just try playing it, and then.
Yeah, I am playing it now. It starts that kind of soft.
Can you hear it on your side?
Yeah, it's just starting to come on now.
All right, make it loud.
Share. Okay.
Make it as loud as we can. Oh, I see. Let me just add this. Okay, I'm adding the Ascension meditation here to the video screen. Are you hearing it?
I'm hearing it, yeah. It's still kind of soft.
Oh, there.
Can you hear that?
You just did something. Yes, go ahead. Keep going, doing that. Yeah.
So you can hear that?
Yes, make that as loud as you can. Yes.
Okay. Okay, there. Okay, let's go with that.
Go for it. All right, we got it. Try doing the meditation.
Now, I just want to make sure that they can still see us on it.
All right, then I will. I can see. Go ahead, try that.
Oh, there we go. There we can see us again. Okay, good. So anyway, now that we have the music, anybody who's listening to this live or recording, I welcome you to join this activation. Just go into your own consciousness and just ask yes or no. Do you want to receive it? It's always up to you. But if you're ready for this transformation, activating your avatar code, this can be very, very beautiful. Whatever you did, I'm seeing, okay, this looks much better now. Yeah, okay. So please put the tip of your tongue on the roof of your mouth behind your two front upper teeth. That point is called the master hookup. And that's remarkably powerful just to put your tongue in that position because it connects your yin and yang energies in your body and puts you more in a state of oneness with yourself. So if you keep your tongue in that position and then just relax your breath, breathe more deeply in your lower abdomen. And just come into your body, that body consciousness. You can even say, I'm calling all of my energy back into my body. Just breathe in, call it in, wherever you've been thinking. Right now, this is just about your own experience. I'm going to speak some words of truth to you, and only take it in if it feels right to you. Now, what's available to you right now is a form of awakening. And so just check in. If you wish to have this awakening, then just simply say yes. If you're not ready or you're not sure, then you don't, just say no. You might want to put one hand on your heart just to really connect with your heart space. And with your breath, as you breathe in, say the word I. And the out breath, and within the breath, say the word am. And just go back and forth saying I on the in breath and am on the out breath. And just state your intention. If your intention is to awaken, to activate your avatar codes, then simply state that. Remember, there'll be other times if you're not ready for this or it doesn't make sense to you yet. Even next weekend, there'll be many opportunities at the expo. But for anyone who feels like a yes to this right now, I'm offering this activation. Just know that these beings that we have looked up to, Jesus, Yeshua, Kuan Yin, the Divine Mother, be Gandhi or Martin Luther King, or anybody you could think of who you would think is such a great person, an avatar. You are that. You've forgotten. And there's been walls of fear around this and denial and forgetfulness. So in this activation, all you have to say is yes to embody more of this avatar self right now. Take a few deeper breaths with your tongue in the master hookup. Just feel how every life you've had, every lifetime you've ever had in the past, or any lifetime you'll ever have in the future, and all the different alternate realities that you've lived in, they're all just coalescing right now. And you might sense the DNA molecules in your body now coming online, different strands awakening that have been dormant, called junk DNA by scientists, are now coming online. Whatever you're ready for. And you can just take in a little bit of this if you like, or you could just say, give me the whole thing now. It's up to you. Just tune into love. I am pure love. I am divine love. I totally love and accept myself. Which has been a big job since life has often seemed like such a long, strange trip, like Jerry Garcia said. But yes, you can right now totally love and accept yourself. So I'm going to just finish this activation within 2 minutes, so we have a little bit of time just at the end to close up with Alan. Right now, things are connecting, things are activating, new connections are being made in your body and in your energy systems? If you said yes. One thing Jesus said is, what I have done, all humans will do and greater. And this is the time for that. Not to put anyone on a pedestal, but to realize we all have this avatar in us. And it's not about necessarily doing huge things in the world. It could be very quiet what your purpose is, or it could be very big and flamboyant. You'll discover it. And at the New Living Expo, we'll have a lot of support for going a lot deeper into this exploration and awakening. I'll be offering a lot of these activations next Friday, 6 p.m. at Mariposa room, I think, whatever that room is, Manzanita room. So now we're going to bring this activation to a close. Just check in how your body feels, how your heart feels, how your energy feels. Just see if you notice anything different than it was before.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think we need to do that every day. I mean, I need to be reminded to do that.
Yeah.
We're checking in with ourselves. So is this something you do online a lot for people, or how can they keep up with this work?
Yeah. Actually, every Tuesday morning, I offer a free event online called Quantum Meditation that happens at 8 a.m. Pacific time and runs 30 minutes. And if you go to my website, which is www.dr, which is short for doctor, and then Starwynn, STARWYNN.com, you can put your name on the list where you actually get an invitation every Monday to come to the quantum meditation. So that's one thing I just offer free of charge. And then there's other community events where people come to trainings with me to go deeper into this master healer ability and avatar awakening, and especially people who are already in the healing field. I get a lot of those people. But at the New Living Expo, there'll be a lot of opportunities. In fact, what I decided to do is we have a booth there. It's booth 09. Is every day at 3 o'clock on Saturday and Sunday, at least, we're going to have a group there, and people can just come to our booth and just have another activation there. So just do it as much as we possibly can.
Great. No, this is great. I'm actually going to bring on Mari Mendoza, if she's ready, to just comment on, she's an energy healer. She does ceremonies. She's works with energy. So, hi, Mari.
Hi.
Hello.
Good morning. That was wonderful.
Yeah, what'd you think? And how does your work connect to what Darren was doing?
Oh, wow. Well, yeah, I've been tuning in. I tuned in yesterday and kind of watched throughout the day and then this morning. And I really appreciate everything to do with energy. I'm sitting here playing with my beautiful Lemurian crystal. I'm a crystalline master. I sing. I'm a sound healer, shamanic, quantum healing, energy, but also I do art. And so the ancient codes, those are coming in now. I create crystal grids. So there's a lot of pieces around all of this. And I'm excited to be here and meet you for the first time, Alan, and That was
Yeah.
wonderful. Thank you for the transmission. Yeah.
Is there ways to work together? Because we're building a community. New Living is about what Darren said, community. How can we all work together to activate the best healing?
Yeah.
Any
Well,
ideas? Yeah.
I'm new to this community, and when I stepped in, I already had a different conference, so I won't be at the expo.
Oh.
But next time, I'm going through a rebirth myself, so this is kind of perfect. Moving into a whole new, my art is coming through more. I was in Australia a few years ago with Vivian Chauvet and the Stargate, and had a huge opening, and new art came through, and talk about ancient codes. I was activated, and opened into a whole new, I mean, some of this art that's behind me, this is Andromedan diamond heart activation. So I was told, I actually years ago, I do healing in my own space. I work at a beautiful spa where people are cleansing and doing clearing and colonics and education and juice fasting. And so I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of people practicing, doing ceremonies. I do fire ceremony every Monday night, and bringing in energies to really allow for an activation. We all activate each other, whether it's being triggered, and then we have to work through a lot. I appreciate, there was a lot of talk yesterday about it, addiction, and, people going on a path of really going down into the depths to actually understand. And now I understand, I did that. I got sober 35 years ago. I basically really died from that experience, but I had to go through that shamanic death to really understand the darkness, to come back up into the light, and to go deep into that.
I want you to talk all about that. Let's just say, so Darren, just to wrap up and stay there, Mari, how do people find you? Someone's asking about where to find your meditations, and how do we do that?
Is there any chat that people who are viewing can see where I can put that in there?
Yes, put it all in the chat, and I look forward to seeing you at the expo. And do you see the chat?
I see it says chat with everyone.
Yeah, just put it all in there, and then thank you, Darren. Look forward to seeing you at the show this weekend. Darren will be along with Mari. Oh, and you're not going to be there, Mari. Okay.
I wish. Next time. Next time.
Okay, Darren, I'm just going to thanks for your time, your energy, your effort, your insights, and I'll see you this weekend. Okay.
Yeah, see you this weekend. Good to get to know you. And
keep in touch with the chat, and people find out more about you. Laura says, wonderful meditation. Bless you. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. So did that chat show up in a way that people who are viewers can see, the one I just put there?
Yes.
I think so. I didn't see. Did you put something there? Oh, yeah.
But that says private chat. I'm not sure if that's going to go. That may be just for us.
No. Go switch to the public chat if you see. I'm not show comments on stage. No.
Where's their public chat? I'm trying to find that.
I'm not sure. You could go to, I'll put my YouTube in there so you can put the chat in the YouTube. Okay. I'll put that. I'll send you the links somewhere.
Oh, I think I found the public chat. Okay. I think I found it. I clicked something.
I think you're down. Okay. Yes. All right. Good. All right.
Okay.
Thanks,
okay.
Darren.
I'll take care of it. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Mari. I have to say your images look really beautiful behind you, and they're very, what I was talking about with Darren, very like Asian, Taoist looking. How do they come to you, these images?
So I I do shamanic work. And so in the beginning, when I first came to this path, I had to really get in my body because I'm very, I really love to go out and fly around the cosmos and the universe, and got a lot of ideas that way. But I needed to practice being in my body, which, Darren was talking about before, those first 3 chakras. So I had to do a lot of healing. And during that time, I went to different meditations. There was a woman named Ronna Herman. I'm not even sure if she's still on planet now, but she was doing meditations with, or actually channeling with Lord Michael. And she suggested that anytime that you're doing a meditation, you get an image, you get a message, write it down immediately coming out of it, or you'll lose it. And I started doing that. And in these deep practices where I would go out into other realms or change dimension, I would start seeing certain energies and got very practiced in immediately coming out and drawing it, so they have evolved over time. And that's really what the ancient codes are about. I do crystal grids, and so I go into different levels. When I was training in shamanic, all of my shamanic training was about learning how to travel through dimensions, because I didn't know it. When I first came to this, I was able to really travel and go through portals and into different dimensions, but I was kind of doing it without any training. And so I would come back carrying a lot of stuff. I didn't know about entities or anything like that. So I really had to learn how to be in my body, create a protective space, balance on the earth, and then go out and travel through these different dimensions and receive the images. So there are many different frequencies coming in. As you can see, this one is, it's very much about the cosmic butterflies. The energy of those coming in and new spheres of creation, and how our planet is being immersed in cosmic rays, solar flare activity continuously for many years now, but every year amping up. So we have shifted into a whole new vibration, and anchoring in those higher vibrations instead of the old earth that's dissolving. That's really what my focus is. And so being able to draw these images, there was a few years ago, a native grandmother came to my area. I live in Palm Springs, and was looking for a session for herself. So she came to see me, and she came into my studio and looked around, and we had our session. And after we were finished, she sat with me for a minute, and she said, "Your art is really beautiful. It carries transmission of frequencies. It should be in hospitals and healing rooms and yoga studios." And I said, "Yeah, I have more. I have some in my bedroom, because by now I have a lot accumulated." And she said, "Exactly. What is that doing hiding in your bedroom?" So she said, "They're very much transmissions." And since then, I've been getting that more and more, that when people look at them, I created a deck of cards called Cosmic Wisdom, Sacred Earth, and did teaching on that, and I'm continuing to expand that. So there are a lot of different ways that we activate each other by holding this crystalline energy in our spine, in our body, in our consciousness, in our thoughts, in our heart. Holding that energy can be challenging in a time that's so out of balance on the planet. There's a lot of noise out there, to be able to really center and be coherent within yourself. That's the core of that is the medicine wheel, the shamanic tradition of grounding in your body, and then being able to ground and then go up through the different dimensions safely, so that you're not just disassociating and because that can be destabilizing for the body too. And I had to go through much training to learn that. But now we're in an energy and a time where we are holding that frequency and able to do that for each other. And the people that can't do that, that's for me, that's what crystal grids are. When I do big ceremony, lay out crystal grids, and those can be, there can be 50 crystals in that grid. It's mathematic, it's sound, it's many things. And it helps to hold a holographic field, so to speak. So we are receiving cosmic light. The one that's right behind me, I don't know if you can see it very well, that came in the new year. And that one is really, that is an alignment with these cosmic gateways that are opening through the Arcturian, the Andromedan, Palladian. You know, I have my own council, my own star council that is coming online even more, so that I can tune into those energies. I've practiced a lot, getting really clear, but I still have to tend to the body, you know, and that's the whole point, is to be able to, here's what, if you're familiar at all or have never seen anything like this, or this is called a Shiva eye. So these come from India, and if you notice, it's like a portal. They are portals, right? So these help to ground, and it's helpful to, you know, whenever I'm doing my own sessions or teaching, to be able to ground and anchor in the body, but then also to go up into higher realms.
Can I see that again? Can you hold that up? And yeah. Oh, and this, what is that? Is that like a polished stone? What is that actually?
It's called a Shiva eye. So they're naturally, they're polished. They find them, they only come from River Narada in India. And they're specifically the frequency to hold the different layers. Stones that have layers like that are really good meditation stones that help you go through layers in, you know, but the grounding of this, like I wasn't planning on using this morning or even bringing it in, and kept calling me like, you better bring this. So now I know why, because, you know, to be able to move into higher dimensions and connect to the information and hold it and practice bringing it in, and then come back into your body. Really important. It's called a Shiva eye. I don't know if I said that.
I love it. Okay. Thank you. Are you selling them?
I'm not actually. Yeah, as I said, you know, my whole life is restructuring, and I'll be doing more crystal grid work. I'm selling my art. There's a lot of shift and change coming, and I'm just listening to what's happening. And that's why I stepped into Portal to Ascension, because I kept getting prompted to connect with Neil, you know.
Where are you located? Which
I live in Palm Springs, California.
Oh, okay. I'll be out there for Contact in the Desert. So
oh yeah,
great. But stop by. But okay, so why don't you take the rest of the time and just do your presentation? I won't interrupt you. And
oh, it's exactly 11:11. I love it.
All right, then go for it.
I love it. So I am so grateful to be here. And first, I just want you who is here in this moment to take a breath. I want you to bring your hands to your heart. Take in a breath. And as you breathe in, bring your breath like light up into your head, down into the heart, down into the belly. Breathe in. And bring yourself fully here. And when you release, Sa is a Sanskrit breath. It's really a release and a surrender. Just take another breath in, breathing in. Bring into the head, down into the heart, the belly. Imagine bringing in light into your body, and pull yourself into the now moment. And when you release, let go of everything. And again, breathing in. As you breathe, bring your breath through the mind, down into the heart, down into the belly. And allow yourself to surrender and let go of everything, all the busyness, all of the energy of the outer world. And this time again, as you breathe in, breathing in, bring your breath up into the head like light, down into the heart, down into the belly. Now center through that and feel it flowing down through the lower belly and down through your legs and into the earth. And let's bring our attention to allow ourselves to follow, gently spiraling down, or just like you're sending roots down, down, down into the heart of the earth, the Pachamama, we call it in the shamanic traditions. Breathe in, send these roots down, 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 and connect into the light of the planet. This is the higher ascended earth. We want to connect into the higher timeline, not into that which is dissolving. Take a breath. But to allow for a connection into that beautiful, the crystalline light of the ascended earth. The grids are already there. The new earth is already birthing. And so as you breathe, connect into that and just consciously, or just allow. And from this beautiful light, this portal of the heart of the earth pulses up. Beautiful energy spiraling up through the many dimensions of earth. And as it surfaces, it pulses under your seat. Breathe it up. Breathe the heart of the earth up into your heart. Breathe up. Connect in this way and allow the heart to open. We open to allow ourselves to connect through the heart, as if we stabilize through the heart of the earth, our heart. Now send it up through the high heart, up through the throat, up into the head. And now imagine breathing up and sending an antenna up, 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 up to connect into the infinite. As you breathe up, open and imagine, allow yourself, just allow yourself to connect upward into the infinite, as if you're sending an antenna to connect into the heart of the cosmos. And as you do this, a great pulsing of light, we hold the intention for the highest timeline in this moment to balance and align us through the diamond heart that's birthing here. Breathe, and as you allow, a pulse of light spirals down through the many dimensions. And as you are open like a tree extending its branches, you receive this cosmic light. Breathe in and allow this to spiral down through you, open to receive, receive, receive. Breathe in and allow this frequency. It pulses your crown. Breathe. Allow it to flow over the head, down over the shoulders. Anything you're carrying there, release it. Let go. Let go of everything that would limit. Breathe. Allow yourself, allow this light to flow through your whole entire system. Your spine is crystalline. Your nervous system is crystalline. All of the water in your body, open to allow yourself to receive these cosmic frequencies. Breathing in. And allow this beautiful, purifying, cleansing energy to wash over you. As we hold these frequencies, this opens up places within you that may carry some density, may carry old thought forms or beliefs. Notice, take a breath. Notice and allow, let it go. Let go of everything that's clearing through the solar plexus, sacral, and root chakra. Breathe in. Let go, because as we upgrade, we want to let go of the old systems, the old stories. Breathing in. A little bit more now. And open to allow this energy to flow in. And as you're aligned here, this light pulsing from this divine spiraling in, infinity light, breathe in. And as it flows through, it's crystalline. It pulses your crown one more time, right through the core, right down through your spine, spiraling down through your legs, down through the base of your spine, into the earth. Send it all the way down to connect into the heart of the earth, the higher frequency, the intention to align through the new earth, through the fifth dimensional ascended earth. Breathe. This is a whole new timeline now, and this is really important because as we are moving through this year, as we've already been doing this, we are aligning with the higher frequency, the crystallines activating, the great crystals through the whole entire earth are activating. Through your body, you're being activated. Breathe. Let everything else go. Notice the density, any tension, any tightness. Breathe in. Let it go. Just allow yourself to notice how you feel. Always when we are activated by something in the outer world, it can be very destabilizing. So it's really important to bring yourself back into this moment. And so sometimes it's as simple as bring your hand to your heart. Take a breath. Bring your hand to your heart and notice, I am here. I am safe. I am ready. Notice, I am open to receive the guidance. I am noticing. So there are many frequencies. Just notice your still presence now. There's a lot of different language describing the same thing. Could be the torus field or the center point, 0 point, or your divine presence. But being in the moment right now. And I want you to notice, are you fully here? Breathe in. Bring yourself fully here in the now. Just for a moment. And feel the stillness of it. That's wonderful. I can feel that. Can you feel that? Being in absolute stillness. Even if your eyes are open and you're alert and awake, there's this still point, absolute stillness. This now moment is all there is. And as we hold these higher frequencies and we adjust to this, we allow ourselves to align in the present moment through our bodies. So just feel that. This infinity energy, the guardians that surround us, the crystalline fields. Our bodies are crystalline. We're activating to become more crystalline. We live in a crystalline age. Notice the drawing here next to me. There's an infinity symbol here. We're moving into infinite quantum energy. I do a Vesa, among other things. It's an Avesa protocol, Avesa quantum healing. And this was brought in by the Himalayan masters recently in the last, 50 years, but it was held separate for a long time until the energy on the planet was ready. And as we opened into this energy is opening through all of the chakras, the infinity. We are no longer, we can hold and anchor the physical chakras, but now we're putting the infinity through them to up level into ascended energy, ascended chakra energy, and opening into the cosmic, into our divine galactic blueprint. That's what that's about, is The physicality, the physical body is opening to bring in the energies of the cosmic now, and to be able to align that. And if you're not in alignment with it, you will notice. So coming continuously into your center point and noticing what happens. And if you are tuned in above and into the higher, but you're not feet on the ground, then do something grounding. That's why I do medicine wheel. That's why I have all of the various different teachings and energies to work with. So when we open to cosmic frequencies, the ancestors and the ancient people, the shamans, they were very much about going up into the higher realms and going deep into the earth. And we're doing that now in different ways, going through portals to connect into different timelines, to connect into and get information. So when you go out on the earth, you might discover a place in nature that allows you to tune in and connect. This is really important, being connected into nature and bathing in those frequencies and cleansing yourself, but also opening to higher frequencies and holding the attention of what is happening right now. So all of the healing that's happened over many years, we're in a very unique moment where we can clear lifetimes and eons of ancestral trauma through our family, our environmental, our personal. So this happens with intention, of course, but a lot of people are triggered, and a lot of people are finding that there's so much noise in the world and are not able to stop and be still. So when you find yourself in a place where you get triggered by something, we call this the safe practice. So noticing your stability and your centeredness, really important. A lot of times people are stuck in the past or in the future. They're worrying about and future tripping, but right now is the only place you can do anything about it. So if you're carrying an old story and you have a trauma and it's getting triggered up, or you're very worried about something that's going to happen, bring your attention here. And so if you get triggered, you bring your hand to your heart. This is called the safe practice. Breathing in, stop. Right? Stop, breathe. Okay, I'm being triggered. Be honest. I'm being triggered. Something's really making me mad, or I'm very afraid. Take a breath. If you're triggered, breathe. And as you tune into this, stop, acknowledge, okay, I'm triggered and something is going on here. And as you acknowledge this, you acknowledge something is happening. You're knocked out of your center, your balance, whatever it is. Stop, acknowledge. S-A, acknowledge. F, feel it, feel into it. Breathe into it. Is it fear? Is it anger? Is it an old story? Breathe in. What is getting triggered up? Is there jealousy or disappointment? Is there confusion? Is there worry? Breathe. Is it an old story? Or is it something that you're afraid? Is it a block? Maybe you're being prompted to move forward and you're stuck and you're afraid. Breathe. And as you breathe, feel it. And instead of collapse, so a lot of times we collapse in fear, we collapse and we shut down the system and go into an old habit, whether it's shopping or smoking, or you disappear, or you go into a really old feeling sorry for yourself, or, rage, or whatever it is. We all are human here, and we are evolving beyond a lot of this. but we have to notice it. So stop, acknowledge, feel it, breathe. What's happening? And instead of collapsing into fear and shutting down, oh, cancel, delete. That's an old story. How can I evolve this? How can I move this into a higher response instead of reaction? So you breathe and exhale, expand. Time to expand. If you're finding yourself overwhelmed, and I encounter this quite a lot with people, many people are really trying to hold on to what they know. And what you know is the past, and you can bring all of your best forward, but some of those old stories have to go. So notice what story is coming in. Oh, I can't do that, or we don't do that, or we carry this illness in our family line, or whatever's coming up, because we all carry a lot of information, and that's what all the ancient codes are. So one more time, stop, acknowledge, okay, I'm triggered. Feel it, feel into it, breathe. Okay, old story, cancel, delete, expand. How can I exhale, expand into the next? I am safe. I am safe. I am safe. Breathe. Notice how that feels in your body, because currently we have so much change, and we have for years now. It just continues to escalate, and now the energy is activated even more. So the root chakra is really triggered because our foundation, think of your spine, think of your original core foundation, think of your root. Your root is needing to release old stories. Maybe the sacral. The sacral is, the root is your foundation. The sacral is all of your creative, your sexual energy, it's emotional, it's water. It's where we hold a lot of old stories. Take a breath. You still carry trauma there. Let yourself breathe. These first two, think of the root chakra as your foundation, your house, your home, your body, physical body, your beautiful sacred vessel that allows you to embody here in this realm. Your spirit comes in and it comes here to hold and experience this realm of physicality. So your beautiful, precious physical body is going through changes too. Whether it's illness or something is coming up, notice, how can I tend to myself? But think of your body, your foundation. Think of it like your house, your core, your house, your structure, your foundation. And maybe it has a very old foundation, an old story. So imagine that ground floor, going in and clearing out, noticing it's like your house. When you remodel, you go in and you clear out all the old floorboards, and maybe you go in and replace wires, and you go in and clean out any old rotted wood, and you create a new floor. Take a breath. That's what's happening here on so many levels on the planet. Breathe. Feel that. And do you cling to the old? Or are you ready? Are you willing? Breathe up. As you breathe from the root, the sacral, that energy, old stories, old attachments, old connections, old hurts and wounding, breathe. Allow that to open. Feel it. Surrender. Let go of all of it. Let go of everything. everything, and bringing that core light of who you are, that connection from the infinite deep into the earth. Bring that light up through the root, the sacral, bring it up into the solar plexus. Solar plexus, this is where we stabilize our joy and confidence. You know, how we manifest in the world. It's our sun, our fire, right? How you digest, how you're able to digest light and energy from the food you eat. We also take in a lot of information there. Breathe. What are you absorbing from the environment around you? What are you unconsciously tapping into or allowing? Breathe. Or is there a really old energy, an old foundation there, an old story? Solar plexus is many layers. So these first three are the physicality. The heart is the gateway between the physical and the upper chakras into the cosmic. In the quantum healing that I do, this is what we stabilize through the physical body and heal the gut on all levels, heal that beautiful portal that is your solar plexus, your joy, your confidence, your I amness, your beingness, who you are. You are pure light. You are here to tune in and listen and create. How you move your energy out, this fire, the sun, the energy in the belly. See this crystalline as if this whole area is cleaning. Deep breath. Clear and release now. Let it go. Breathe. These first three chakras, for the longest time on this planet, eons, it has been all about power over. Who has the biggest stick on the planet? Power over others. Take a breath. We're seeing that playing out now. Still, the rattling of the sabers. Power over. Take a breath. Let go of that. This is about power from within. And this is where the shamans came in and they said, time to turn your attention from the outer world. You got the power. Breathe. Align with that. Feel it. You got the power. Breathe into it. Align through your core, your center. Good. Can you feel that? Imagine that. Here's this beautiful, beautiful golden. This is a golden Lemurian. This golden healer. These are incredible gifts from the Pachamama. But this golden light to return and bring yourself back into your stable power in the belly. Feel that. Breathe. I can really feel you all aligning through this. So as you connect deep into the light of the planet, as you bring this light up through your body, now under the heart, up into the heart, your heart blossoms open. Breathe in there. Imagine right through the core of you like a stem that is reaching up, and then it blossoms like a lotus in the heart. The divine lotus of the heart. Imagine yourself, your heart chakra. Imagine a beautiful lotus blossoming there right in the center. Breathe into that. And as you feel that energy, breathe into it. A beautiful lotus blossoming. The lotus comes up through the many layers, and then as it blossoms on the surface of the water, it is aligned right in the core. So imagine your heart being aligned right in the center of your heart. Beautiful lotus opening. What can you forgive? Can you forgive yourself, the world, God, the universe, other people, your ancestors, the parents? Can you forgive your partner, your friend? Can you forgive everything? Take a breath. Just imagine, open to allow violet fire coming through here. Violet flame, breathe. As we breathe, and as you breathe, many different layers from deep within the earth, breathe up, violet flame rising up, cleaning, purifying, pulsing light under, violet fire under your heart chakra plate. Breathe. This is where we store a lot of stuff. Breathe, clear it, open, and allow the heart to blossom and stabilize right in the center. And a beautiful beam of light flows up into the throat. Breathe up. And this beam of light connects up into the throat and stabilizes. It's time to speak your light. And the I am presence, I am, is a creation energy. So tune into that. Your sacral and your throat creation energy. Breathe in. I am. What are the words you speak? Think of all the solar energy that's coming in, all the codes that are coming in on the solar flares, all of the solar flashes that have been happening. That is new cosmic frequency coming in. And as that is coming in, it's amplifying through the creation field. Breathe into that. Everything you speak, everything that you are holding, and so being really conscious, being in your center. Breathe in. Opening to I am. Are your words diminishing of self and others or empowering? Tune into that. How do you speak about yourself? How do you speak about your body? Being really mindful that you are consciously creating. Breathe in. I am. So sometimes people are right in the middle of a health crisis and they don't feel like they're getting anywhere. Consider this. I am improving. Every day I am improving. I'm clearing. I'm aligning. I am getting better. Every day I am getting clearer. Breathe. I am seeing new doorways opening. I am aligning more and more with my highest potential. I am an infinite being. I am. Breathe. I am releasing the past. I am honoring my body. I am resting for a minute. I am creation, creative, creativity, creating. I am. Breathe. I am sovereign. Feel that? I am sovereign. Breathe in. Wonderful. Feel that energy. I just felt a whole big opening. And from deep within the core, breathe up your body, breathe up your spine. Breathe this pure crystalline light straight up, out of the heart, through the throat, up and into the head. Breathe. Open there. Open and allow. Your intuition, your ego, the mind, we're upgrading into higher mind. You become a rainbow bridge between heaven and earth. The shamans in the tradition I work with from Peru, the Pachacuti tradition of cross-cultural shamanism with Don Oscar, Mero Quesada, and that energy is Kuichi, the rainbow bridge. Breathe in. Kuichi, we open into the higher levels and connect into the highest through the rainbow bridge that we are, through the third eye. Breathe, opening through the crown, connect up. You move beyond small thinking, small mind. In that tradition, that's the jaguar, Otorongo, Chilambalam. That is the mind moving into higher mind, accessing your infinite potential. Breathe up. So we open from small. The ego helps us drive the car, it helps us be here, but it's very connected to old stories. It wants us to be safe and keep familiar. Breathe. As you breathe through this, consciously intend to move beyond small mind, small m, or ego, old self, wounded self. Breathe up into infinite mind, capital M, or soul energy, capital S. Breathe up. Let the soul lead. Breathe. As we open through this, we open up, 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 up. Allow this energy to connect you like it's sending the beautiful crystalline, infinite, beautiful, just an antenna of light up, 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 up to connect one more time into the infinite light. Breathe up and connect into this beautiful energy that is part of you, into your highest potential. So you're aligned and anchored in the highest. You are connected to and through all of your galactic chakras. You're connected into the chakras, as they say in the cosmic Ascension. These are energies that I've been working with for so many years. The Ascena, the Ascene, but the cosmic Ascene is the ascended numerology that I do. Breathe up. We open into the potential of all these different portals. And as you tune in there and anchor into this infinity light, let the soul lead. This is infinite expression. When this energy one more time pulses and comes down through, breathe in. Allow it to come through you, spiraling down, pulsing your crown. Breathe it in like you're standing underneath a waterfall of diamond light. Breathe. Cleanse, purify, breathe. Allow this beautiful diamond light to flow through you, aligned, down, down, down through your body, down through your legs, cleaning, purifying every part of you, everything coming into coherence, everything coming into optimal attunement with the source of all creation. Breathe. Let go. Allow this to flood, clean, purify through every single cell, all coming into coherence, into stability, into center point. Feel that. Excellent. Wow. Always take time to integrate after you do an activation. Always take time to bring your hand to your heart and breathe a few times before you jump up and run off to something else. You want to really anchor these energies through so that your body can align with it and stabilize. You might look at the images behind me and notice this one actually here. This is the diamond heart activation of the Milky Way and Andromeda that came in right in the winter solstice, anchoring the diamond heart, these two, the sun, the moon, masculine, feminine, these energies of mind, heart balance through the infinity. These are very high frequencies. Breathe into it. And allow yourself, feel these energies aligning through you and stabilizing through your feet into the earth so that you can fully hold this light. How are you all doing? So allowing this beautiful stillness, these frequencies coming in, and just so you know, if you missed it in the beginning, my name is Mari Mendoza, and you can find me at marimendoza.com. I have a full website there. I'm shifting over into new. I'm moving on some new things coming in, and so recalibrating and redesigning and upgrading my website piece by piece. You can find me on Instagram, where I do little mini shots of information. Instagram is Mari Mendoza Healing Arts. If you're ever in Palm Springs, give me a shout out early. I tend to get booked up, but I also do remote sessions, and you will also receive a recording for that. So, how are you doing?
Thank you, Mari. How nice of you to be here and join us. And if I am in Palm Springs, I will look you up, and people can find you. You gave the website. So definitely come to the next portal to Ascension, because
Yes.
it's really beautiful. I'm just going to bring Diana, who's up next, to see if she has. Hey, Diana Divine. Any comments about Mari? You were online for a while. This is Diana, who does really special shamanic healing.
Hi, Mari. I just came on.
Wonderful.
Yes, yeah, no, but thank you for the codes, because I'm going to continue on from where you started with more codes.
Yes, because we're all connecting all the dots, and all of us
Absolutely.
carry those beautiful frequencies, right?
Yes. Thank you, Mari, for being here. Look forward to you next time. And I love your art.
Thank you so much.
Doesn't it carry codes, Diana? Do you see the art behind
Oh
it?
yeah, I'm Andromedan as well, so I see a lot of sister. Yes, my paintings and hers. There's a lot of similarity. Yes.
Yay.
Thanks so much. Okay. Diana, thanks for being here.
Hi, Alan. It's good to see you, darling. I'm going to see you this coming weekend in New Living Expo. I'm really excited about it.
Definitely. So you have so much to talk about. You've done so much work: activation, shamanic healing, Andromeda star system, initiation. So why don't you just go for it? Tell people really what you're going to focus on here and at the New Living Expo this weekend, which you're just tuning in, is happening April 17th, 18th, and 19th at the Marin County Center by the Embassy Suites in Marin County. That's San Rafeal. There's tickets online, newlivingexpo.com. So we want to see everyone there. And thank you all who are tuning in now. And you're on.
All right. Thank you, everyone. You probably all activated from Mari's codes and more to come, because I am actually coming out of my graduation class where I graduated my practitioners, and was just some really deep transmissions, and really excited to continue that with you. And I'm going to be in the New Living Expo with this beautiful collective next weekend. I'm going to have a booth, and my focus is on mastering quantum creation. So the talk is going to be awakening the quantum human at the age of AI. Creation leaves clues. And so my talk and a lot of the work I've been doing and my book is around reclamation of our cosmic powers, remembrance and unlocking of our ancient codes, and the different distortions that have happened in the galaxy due to the wars. And I'm seeing them as I'm doing a lot of galactic Akashic records, my shamanic work. I will keep on coming back to activating our aura theme, original human angelic celestial blueprint. And so as I was tuning in today, there's a lot of integration been going on in revelation for me in this last week. And it keeps on bringing me back to Atlantis. It keeps me bringing me back to ancient Chem. For those who are not familiar, ancient Chem is the ancient Egypt that we know today, before it got corrupted, before the Anunnaki collective actually kind of shifted it, I would say, into more Luciferian template. As Atlanteans, we carry a lot of these ancient codes of truth, of the cosmic mother womb, and the very pure codes of the Emerald Order. And so as just Mari started the work, I want to talk about the initiation path we in, but also give you a journey with Sekhmet. And Sekhmet was Ma'at. So for those who might be familiar or not, she's represented in the pantheon with a lioness head. And Ma'at is a feminine emissary that was in Atlantis and ancient Egypt that represented those ancient feminine Sophianic template codes. Usually that celestial being would hold that frequency for the other initiates, and through her teaching, through her initiations, to uphold that truth. So the initiatic path that was in Atlantis and ancient Cam was through awakening the Orpheum template, and a lot of it was those few steps. There was the dissolution of the ego, and then activation of the fire within, the Kundalini energy, and full embodiment. So Sekhmet was communicating with me because I really embody a lot of her codes. I'm also Lyran and Andromedan, and so I channel different frequencies and light language. And so today I wanted to bring you kind of on that journey with me and Sekhmet into initiatic embodiment. And why is embodiment important? You probably heard through this weekend. We keep on talking about that this is the time for us. We're in this really important pinnacle point, an influx point of creation. What does that mean? It means there are several timelines right now as we start into awakening that we uphold in a lot of the star seeds, right? They're reawakening the truth. They start remembering what star systems they're from. And so we are choosing the timelines together. There's organic path where it's through the process of ascension, which means going back into the 0 point of the heart, remembering the truth of who we really are. Because the galaxy has been very kind of distorted in many ways. There's been many games played here on Earth included between different forces. We have false light, we have false darkness narratives, and it's a lot of bombardment of energies. And I think we're at that point of figuring out what is next for us. And at the same time, as this is going on, we also stepping into the timeline wars of AI wars. Like, that's why I talk about AI. From one perspective, AI is helping us to co-create, to remember. I love AI too, because I do a lot of very beautiful visuals, oracles deck using AI. But this is the point where also we get to choose, where do we outsource ourselves and our consciousness versus really embodying and stepping into the truth of our sovereignty. Who are we really, right? What templates are we carry? We are light beings, we are quantum beings, we have access to infinite information, and many are just reawakening to the gifts. So when people ask me about light language, for instance, I call it source language, I always say we all have access to it. All these gifts are available for us if we're ready to embody, if we're ready to step into the next evolution of humanity. And so Sekhmet has been doing that work in ancient times, holding that frequency, that activation of remembrance. So it's about coming back to that original fire. She was representation of the fire goddess, the destroyer as well as the creator. She was beautiful, kind of fertility goddess, but at the same time, as the Syrian queen, originally from Lyra, she holds those Elohim feline codes of the Emerald Order that are about, experiencing this reality, and at the same time, experiencing through the heart, because the heart, the love frequency, is really what matters the most. That is the divine feminine. So this is our time to reclaim the divine feminine codes, to remember what love frequency truly is. Not the distorted love, but true, unconditional, universal creation love. The love that permeates different templates across different universes. This is just one universal template, and it's temporary. And then we get to explore. So universe is all about creation, expansion, and ultimately it learns and starts contracting, and then it creates another universal template. And we representation of all of that. But it is about us returning back to the source of that creation. All right, so I think we're ready. Are you guys all ready to step into next version, remembering more? So hope to see in the chat. Those who are ready, wherever you are, I'm ready to take you on the journey now. All right, so I invite you all to close your eyes and take a deep breath in, slowly exhaling anything that's not serving you at this time. Another deep breath in, into your heart, bringing your full awareness, your full presence into the body, into this present moment, and exhale it out. I'd like you to imagine a beautiful pyramid of white light opening under your feet. And now bringing your awareness to this pyramid of light as it moves down through the rocks, through the soil, all the way to the crystalline core of the Mother Earth, of Terra. Beautiful. And as you connect in to the crystalline core, you can see her either as a young version or an older version. And she's coming forward and greeting you, welcome. And she's giving you this big, divine motherly hug. And just feeling her frequency, this nourishment and grounding and support as you are her child who is incarnated in this lifetime and many other lifetimes you experience here with her, learning through all the experiences that you needed to arrive to this moment and now. And this beautiful symbiotic relationship has been formed between you two. You both carry the codes. And she has a gift for you. It might be an object or a message. And she's coming forward and giving you this object and message. And you just receiving. Beautiful. And as you receive, you can give her a hug back and thanking her in gratitude for this moment, for this connection, as this gift is going to help you on your journey of unlocking your ancient codes. And taking a deep breath, you're going to pull this energy through your feet into the root, the solar plexus, and back into the heart. And taking a deep breath, expand your heart into a sphere around your body. See it in this beautiful golden emerald color. And now taking another deep breath. Now imagine another pyramid of light now opening from your heart around your body, stretching out towards the sky, towards the stars, the nebulas, the constellations, all the way to the galactic core of this galaxy of Naturo. And meeting it there at the central sun. And now stretching it even further all the way to the central sun of this universe. And see yourself now fully anchored and supported in this beautiful diamond light, octahedron of light. Anchored and supported through all the 12-dimensional realms. And this is where we're going to enter the temple. Imagine now you are standing in front of the entrance of an ancient temple. This might be a temple from Atlantean timeline with warm air around you, maybe jungle, maybe desert. There's a beautiful, soft, golden glow calling you inward. And as you begin to walk inward, slowly, step by step, you see these tall, beautiful crystalline columns, ancient, alive. And you might see some torches flickering. And this place feels very familiar for you. You know this place, you've been there before. And you preparing to walk inside the temple. And you at the gateway now. There's a gateway, a doorway in front of you. This is the gate into the next initiation level. Katia Kua Ma'au Uai. And just feel the energy around you. Feel your presence here, your readiness. Umbalia. And this is the place to take a moment to reflect. Reflecting, where have you been holding back? What is still resistant in your field right now that is ready to let go, to step into the next version of you? Where have you been shrinking, dimming your light, and quieting yourself and not fully expressing your true soul purpose, your true soul expression, your unique signature? And let it rise, let it be seen in front of you without judgment. And breathing into that space. And bringing energy into that place. And you can squeeze those muscles as you're about to go like to the bathroom, the root chakra. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Bringing energy into the body, and seeing this fire energy starting to rise and moving through your body. With each breath, it starts to expand, and it's clearing those distortions, those resistances. And you're ready, and you step in on the other side, breathing into your belly, warming and expanding, and start seeing yourself in this new frequency, new vibration. Seeing the energy in your solar plexus activating. Feeling the fire rising through your body, all the way to the heart, softening in your throat, allowing you to see beyond what you can see. It's time for you to speak your truth. For you to see, fully see, what you were uncomfortable to see before. And your crown chakra is opening up with a full column of light. Seeing that crown being put on your head. Taking a deep breath into your body. Now feeling the presence of strong, unwavering energy. And seeing Sekhmet, this beautiful lioness goddess, standing right in front of you. She is the force of truth. She is the force of fire, true embodiment. And she is a part of you that no longer abandons herself, yourself. Feeling her energy moving through your body. And she comes over and touches you on your shoulders. Feeling her here in this moment as this frequency is permeating through your body. Her power, her truth. Shiha uha chiga ki hua hamaha irtuchua kiki huha shaha imbasa usuhu siha iha umbasihi uhua iha nashtara tiki rurusha ikutuk uhua ahi akihua shihanda I ushikia ar Taking a deep breath, feeling those codes, activating you, activating, integrating the parts of you that need reclamation, the need to unify in your field. Feel yourself, your future self, as the timelines are fluid, emerging in front of you behind Sekhmet. This other version of you that is so powerful and liberated. The one that is fully anchored in this reality as the primal avatar self. Merging all the aspects of self from space and time. I'm ready to step into your mission. With full clarity. And this future version of you is right in front of you and looking into your eyes, while Sekhmet is now behind you, still supporting you, holding the space. And how does it feel like to see your future version? What qualities, what frequencies your future version already has that you stepping into and becoming? Just take this moment to feel into that frequency and realize this frequency is already you. On the next inhale, we're going to be merging together with your future self into this moment and now. And your future self is giving you a big hug. This future self is already this embodied sovereign self. And just feeling these codes now, integrating, fusing into your cellular memory, activating the dormant DNA codes, activating those parts of you that were just ready to be awoken. And seeing this frequency as gold and light just moving through your whole system, through your fascia, through your organs. As Sekhmet is there to remind you who you really are. And take this moment to integrate and embody. Feeling this life force energy, nothing to chase, only allow. I choose my truth. I choose to be fully here. I am love. I am sovereign. I am free. And feel this program permeating through your field, through your sphere. And feel your collective supporting you, cheering you to step into this version of you. Take a deep breath into your heart. Integrate this frequency even deeper into your heart portal, the universal connection to everything that is. Matia tu samaia liau, tatia tu suahamaia kualiana. It is time, it is time, it is time, it is now. Tuamaia to just be uama lasa uahaiaka. And taking this moment to permeate and radiate this light uamakaianatayana to every being on this planet, on this realm, uamakia tualiana, to every loved one, uapaia, known unknown, ushamakakia nakuahataia. Integrate, 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 anchor, anchor, anchor. Iasia no pua, saya, saya, saya. Zahmed reminds you how powerful and unstoppable you are. Umaliatea. Ushiakia nakia. Your rage, your courage, your unwavering truth is needed right now more than ever. Uamakatia lalia sufayana. Iamufuata iasta as you create ripples of love. Ushtuama ia ualianatiana. And we take this time to send our intention and love to the stargates that are activated. And we are sending love to Stargate 10 in Iran. Connecting to 11-dimensional portal towards Vega and Lyra. To our brothers and sisters. It's time to recalibrate the Stargate. Ishtika hundua tatia stamburia and reclaim ushikia these true codes ushtia makaia tukwad of this reality ishaha umba ista akasa uhua ishimuaiata ulialia nanati nanantushihama ulianianuku maniana Niatulia sana. Shala iwaka atuswam. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Ruamaka Sariatu, for hearing the call, for being here in this moment and now. Uamaka ia, fulfilling your role, your mission. Ia suhu mbaka haika ha'anu. You are loved, Tuisasha. You are seen, Umbalia, Ika Iana. Take a deep breath in. You can start slowly rubbing your hands, creating friction between your hands, bringing yourself back into here and now. Feeling this energy. And you can put your hands on your face and just feeling into your present moment, to how your body feels now. And slowly start anointing yourself and thanking this physical vessel for allowing it to host you, your soul, your spirit. I thank you. I love you. I thank you. I love you. That's the mantra. I thank you. I love you. Thanking this vessel, this avatar physicality, for allowing you to experience this reality. Thank you. I love you. I thank you. I love you. And you can move. See what still requires maybe a little more opening. Feel like the throat still needs a little more opening. The heart is open. And just release them collectively. It's time to really not to hold back our truth. And moving to your solar plexus. And the solar plexus is where we tend to store a lot of the fears, the doubts, the lack of worthiness. But solar plexus is where we create realities. We forgot how to do so. So just bringing your energy to your solar plexus and see this beautiful sapphire blue flame moving through and burning through illusions, disillusions, all these negative programs no longer serving you, just burning through the solar plexus, opening the space and releasing that energy through exhale or just releasing through your feet to the mother. She will recycle that energy. Just breathing into your solar plexus. Remembering how powerful you are. Solar plexus is where your inner flame, your inner power is here to create. Beautiful. And the sacral, the root, these lower chakras are important to ground this manifestation, ground our experience here. And so embodying ourselves fully through all the realms, through all the dimensions, through all the chakras. Aligning our blueprint, opening our field, feeling the boundaries of our field, opening those angelic orifim wings. Turania. Taking this moment to integrate. And when you're ready, you can open your eyes, coming back to this moment. And just wanted to share, before I jumped on, I opened this card from my Oracle deck. The winged disc, galactic messenger of light. And this is really what you are. You are this winged disc. You are encoded with solar frequencies. Activate your wings and rise beyond limitation. Your ascension has already begun. Beautiful. I would love to hear in the chat how this was for you. Did you feel the frequencies? Hands yellow, heart red, hands yellow, heart red, hands yellow, heart red. Thank you, Lara the Guardian. Yes, yes. Beautiful. And you can find me on dianadivine.com. I'm going to be obviously at the New Living Expo. My throat chakra was burning, yes. At the end, there was a lot of opening of throat. Those codes were for that. Yes, I think that's where we store a lot. Everyone is. This is like our last chakra to open up, but it's our time to really reclaim that. Because we've been told by the society, you know, this is right, this is wrong, this is what you're supposed to do. This is the time we actually supposed to break all the patterns. And it does take courage. This is that Sekhmet frequency. Thank you, Michael. Beautiful. Thank you, dear sister. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And as you guys are receiving all these codes and you're receiving from Mari before me, please drink a lot of water because you need to process them. That's a lot of codes that came through right now. So make sure to really take care of yourself as you activate it, and you need to ground and integrate. Sometimes we get so activated, we don't know what to do with that. So, you know, after the conference, go for a walk, really ground the energy, because whatever we're doing right now, we are that bridge between heaven and earth, right? We are, hi, Eva, we are that celestial, you know, integrated wing disc that is that bridge. And wherever we go, we can be even stronger if we really anchor and center who we are now, embodied avatar selves. So this integration might continue next few days. Things might come up. And we are here right now to release these traumas. And some, as I mentioned, some of galactic traumas, a lot of galactic imprints are coming up right now. And it's really a time of revelation. What we knew is not necessarily, even from galactic history, is quite true. There's a lot of different agendas and forces and a lot of noise. So how do you decipher through that? How do you know really what is true? And it is about listening to the inner resonance, to the either inner knowingness from that 0 point of creation. Your higher self has all the answers. So really start tuning in and listening to that voice within. Feel like what feels really right for you. Like, which timeline are we, you know, choosing now? Some talk about bifurcation. I talk about trifurcation. There's different timelines, and I teach quantum often, and the way I see universe is these quantum waves. It's like ocean of information, and there's always potentialities in the field, but the wave that you are paying most attention and intention to is called standing wave. So it starts standing because it starts building and building as every morning, for instance, you wake up and you call in what you want to manifest and create into this reality. We are creative beings, and we just forgot how to do so. That standing wave starts building and building until it hits a threshold. All other potentialities fall away, and that's the one that moves forward. So if we all as a collective choose a potentiality, we talk about new earth or 5D timeline, fifth dimension is already here, is just more what we're building collectively together. The reality that we choose to build on a personal level and collective is the one that moves forward. And that happens on a daily basis. We need to build practices into your day. I love working with the sun. Solaris, really powerful codes coming through. You know, we're getting bombarded with them too. But the more you ground, the more you work with Solaris, wake up in the morning, you know, 7, 8 a.m., good time to be outside and just receive the codes. Allow them to get through your body. And the codes really start activating that ancient DNA remembrance, because everything is within us. The Orifim template is actually, everyone talks about 12 strands. The potential is actually up to 48 strands. So it's really angelic and beautiful. And as we mutate now, when we are with all these celestial changes that are happening, we can't even fathom with our human mind yet what we're capable of and the crystalline nature potential that we have. So I would say ground your energies first, because you really want to be here and be that bridge, and then receive and sing and use your voice, maybe in the shower, maybe take a class with me. In however way I'm giving you permission to be that bridge, to vocalize these codes, because they're needed now. Because as we start bringing them into this reality, we start shifting the frequencies, the densities that are happening right now on Earth. And Terra, or as we call her Earth, she's really Tara or Gaia in her 7th dimension, Tara in 5th. She's ready. She's kind of like a teenager right now who is also asking the question, who am I really? Who am I? Just like we do. Like we all coming back into this reset moment right now of asking that big question. And the more we ask and probe deeper and deeper, the more we get to the core. It's like unpeeling the onion. Every time you unpeel an onion, there's some emotion coming off, some traumas from ancestral programs that are not serving you any longer. We are coming into this game of consciousness every time as incarnates, not remembering our past lives, not remembering the experiences. But in this lifetime, we finally get to remember, or we have tools how to remember. I'm doing Galactic Akashic Records, I'm doing QHCC, all these ways we can remember. And as we remember, and we also integrating and collapsing these timelines to this moment. So those traumas, those imprints no longer have effect on us. And this avatar self is the one that's moving forward into the Sophianic template, into the higher, not even Christ consciousness, because everyone talks about that. They're higher templates than Christ consciousness. And they're more on the divine, feminine, cosmic level. So we're recalibrating back to the truths of the cosmic mother. And it's a beautiful moment. And we've been waiting for this moment, maybe 12,000 years, I want to say even 20,000 years from the fall of Atlantis and Chem. And the codes are coming back. I actually just received some codes last week on Easter from someone in my class. She was holding some of the codes. So I think what was happening, we were also redistributing codes to those we trusted within the priesthood, because we knew the time will come when we're ready to receive them back. And so this might be happening in your life right now. You might be meeting your soul family, the ones who've been keeping these pieces of you through space and time. And you might really resonate with this because you like meet someone and you have this inner knowingness that you've met each other before, but sometimes on earth, off earth, and they might be the ones keeping these key codes for you as well. So what an incredible time to be alive and be empowered and back into what we're meant to do here. Yes. Any other questions or sharings? Laura said, thank you so much for this meditation. These codes, they're so elevated. Yeah, I am coming in buzzing from other activations I was doing. And I'm so happy you were able to receive and really feel it. And yeah, and integrate that into your life, into your missions and the work you do and wherever you go. Alan, do you have any questions? Which day are you at the expo? So my booth at the expo is B34. It's pretty much at the entrance, so you'll definitely find me. If you come into the expo, definitely stop by. I have this incredible quantum crystal bed and many more quantum technology tools and Ascension tools that my husband and I have been creating, because we've been remembering our priesthood and these scalar technologies. And I'm speaking on Sunday at 11:15 in room 2.
Well, you have another 10 minutes, but I do want to ask you a few things about.
Yeah, Alex.
Hi. First, about your book that I did a little blurb for, which I was very impressed.
And thank you for that, Ellen.
And also, what's happening as we approach this new time, this new timeline? So answer that first, and then go into like sum it up with your whole book and your intention there. Okay.
About the book first, though, about what's happening?
You could do the book first. That's fine. And then go into like
sure.
What's coming.
Yeah. So my book is called Mastering Quantum Creation, Awaken the Phoenix Within, Manifest Your Reality, and Reclaim Your Cosmic Power. I was trying to see if I have it here. 1 second. I wanted to show you the cover because I worked on this cover quite a lot, and there's a lot of codes within that too. So you have the phoenix, the pyramids, and that reclamation of the phoenix energy. So we have all the dragons and the phoenixes awakening right now, those primordial energy. So my book covers a lot of I would say, synthesis of 25 years of my work. And, I talk about Kundalini activation, about light language, sacred geometry, much more. And really, it's broken into 3 parts: remembering, expansion, and mastery. And Tony Ghazi also channeled for my book. If anyone knows Tony, he's a beautiful brother of mine. And both of us talk about creation because we want to. And Tony was on the conference yesterday. I was there, and I think a message from the Antarian Mantis Collective is similar from the Lyra and Elohim Collective, is remembering our creator beings. We actually created this template. We created the galaxy, the stars, the nebulas, and we're just playing this game of creation and expansion of consciousness. And it's helping to my book is just through my own story, helping you to remember the tools of how to create and how to reclaim these codes as well. And Alan, your second question, I think, was what is happening? What was the second question?
Yeah, what's the timeline look like for the upcoming year and the rest of the decade? As far as
the rest of the decade. It's ever shifting. Yeah, I feel like it's ever shifting because I can only see so far until 2030. And even that timeline, it has a lot of potentialities. And as I was mentioning, they shifting constantly because we're quantum leaping. And as long as we all choose that particular timeline, that's what's going to really occur. But I think what's definitely happening, what everyone talks about, we're definitely going to have some open contact and disclosure. You obviously, Alan, is the expert in that. And I collect to the Andromedan Collective, the Lyran Collective. Now I know it's not going to be them that's going to be doing the open contact, but I think there's going to be like a soft way for us to connect, because I think it's time for us to step into being the galactic citizens that we are and remembering that we are that. But it's important, even like my take on this, every star civilization has its own agenda. So it's important for us also to really know as humanity what we want, like to have that sovereignty of, our own trajectory for the future, because, every star being has their own ways of, narrating where they want the agenda to go. I mean, they're here, of course, interested in us awakening because we're helping them to awaken, but it's important for us to connect to our own guides, but in our own star family on our own without the open contact. So we're really listening through our own conscience and have that resonance, like I said, because as I mentioned, there's a lot of distorted information too. So I do feel also on the quantum technology level, there's going to be a lot of evolution. It's almost like these 2 competing timelines. We have the AI wars, they're already in place. AI is moving so fast. And AI tends to absorb and assimilate. That's everything we've learned from future timelines. So we have to, co-create with it, but not outsource itself to it. I'm more interested in quantum computing because I think quantum computing is really the organic timeline where it's more multidimensional, and they actually very separate technologies. They're not complementary. We are in the space of quantum tools, and I see the future of medicine really shifting. So instead of, taking a pill, you can, we've been talking about med beds. They're already here. We've been creating them ourselves. Like you can lie on our med bed or other med beds that are out there and recalibrate your system, your frequencies. And that's really all it's about. Because I don't believe that, there's anything that needs to be fixed. We're just out of alignment. So if we can bring ourselves back to alignment within our body, within our DNA, and this talk about peptides, like I do feel there's going to be a lot of shifts and changes in longevity field and healing. That's going to be so exponential. I think the next 4 or 5 years are going to be like very, very different. But again, it's ever shifting. So we need to really discern as we move through it.
Yeah, no, thank you. Looking forward to seeing you at the Conscious Life. Are you going to be back at, I'm not the Conscious, New Living?
New Living Expo.
They all have the same name, all these.
I know they do. Well, because you were thinking Conscious Life and then New Life Expo, because we both New Yorkers.
Life. Are you going to be at the New Life in New York?
Not yet, maybe one day, but
Oh,
yeah.
you should. It's at the end of April, the New Life Expo.
Yeah, well, New Living Expo is what I'm doing this year. So I
Well,
think
talk
California for us first.
talk about what you think will happen. I mean, we just have another 5 minutes. You could talk about a little bit about what you're expecting at the New Living Expo, why people should come, why
Oh,
you're
yeah.
so excited to be there.
I'm so excited to be there because I've spent, 7 days with you, Alan, and the Portal Ascension, Neil, and the whole collective at the Galactic Cruise. We were heading to Mexico and Belize. And yeah, I'm really feeling, I was one of the first ones, Alan, to sign up for it before there was any website. Joan actually recruited me. So it was great. And I feel it's like soul family coming together. You know, a lot of people that I know are coming to this, they feel the calling. I think there's going to be, you know, soul family reunion in many ways, really powerful healers and influences in the space who really see beyond the veil, the channelers. I think we're all coming together to elevate consciousness, to hold that vibration. And when Tony said yesterday about like the redwoods and all of that, like I was feeling that too. I feel there's a reason right now we come in. And what's interesting, Alan, the first day of the conference is April 17, which is a stellium. All these planets are going to be actually in Aries. And what's even more interesting, if you look at my astrology, I'm 4 degrees Aries, so they're all lining up. So there's a lot of this incredible new moon energetic support, like we in this resetting moment. And I think all of us coming together, we really get to set this new course with all the intention. So there's a lot of beautiful momentum, and I am, yeah, it's a whole thing, you know, coming from New York, New Jersey to California to do a booth, but I couldn't be more excited because I feel it's going to be really beautiful. It's going to be like a Galactic Cruise, but even much better.
Right. No, it's I think it'll really be fantastic too. One more question because we're waiting. Oh, no, I just see the next guest, but let me, hey, there you are, James. Let me bring James on. And I always like to have an exchange among the speakers because
Yeah,
James is going to be
absolutely.
here
Bring James
too.
on.
James, or bring him onto the stage. Where is he? Oh, here. Welcome,
Hey guys.
James.
Hi,
Thanks for being
James.
here.
Great to see you guys.
This is James Croal. Croal, is that it?
Kroll. Yeah, it actually has
Kroll.
Scottish
Croal.
roots. I don't say it with the like rolled R, but Kroll. Yeah.
Oh, Croal. Well, you know, were you listening to some of Diana's exercises?
No, I wish I had some like last minute technical issues, but they are now resolved. So I missed it.
Oh, because I think it relates to what you're doing with the going to the peak mind. I mean, you see much more of this world. She takes it a little more expanded, but I just love to hear a little exchange between you two as a neurotherapist, and then how you bring in like the spiritual aspect to that. So Diana, listen and ask him a question.
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
go ahead, James.
So where are we starting? Is there a question for
Well,
me?
no,
or-
I'm asking you. You're going to be talking about your peak performance, your peak mind with your neurotherapy.
Oh, actually, I'm going to be talking about spirituality. Like I'm as medical,
Like
I am as metaphysical as it gets. And
Oh,
you know,
I didn't know that. That's because
Yeah,
that's
when
not
I-
what you're just. Oh, then talk about that. And also, can you turn your volume up just a little bit?
oh, sure. Maybe I can bring that mic a little closer.
Yeah, bring it up a little bit. And you know,
hopefully
me and Diana, we've been around the block a few times, so we can relate. So give us a little overview.
So a background. So my business is neurotherapy, so training the brain. But I've been studying the Pythagorean tradition for almost 25 years, since kind of my young adulthood. And the book I'm about to publish is called The Quantified Soul. And the premise is really that by understanding the sort of dual nature of reality, like mind and matter, if we can understand that interface, then the work I'm doing with the brain is really interfacing with the psyche, right, and the soul itself. And so my talk is titled Ancient Codes Decoded. That's kind of repetitive. What Pythagoras actually discovered about the soul. And so I'm literally going to try to present some ancient codes in a new light for you guys. Oops, you there?
You froze for a second, I think, but wait. So Diana, isn't that interesting? What because you're familiar with Pythagoras, and so well, I guess the big question, James, is what did Pythagoras discover? So can you key us
Yeah,
in?
I'll give you the.
Well, I think the only thing I would say is like the whole nature of reality is holographic, right? It's all mathematical, so it makes sense that Pythagoras wasn't he also kind of learning from the ancient arts as well, from ancient Egypt, a lot of the, of these formulas of creation.
Well, in fact, like some people will say, "Oh my gosh, he did not invent the Pythagorean theorem, right? It came from Egypt." But his link to the Pythagorean theorem really isn't inventing it. It's how he applied it. And this is very little known. It's how he applied it in understanding the geometry of thought, literally how thought is born, how it interacts. And it's literally all geometry. And so he applied it in that way. And that's why I think it's often linked to him. Am I freezing again? Do I need to quit some stuff on my computer?
You just froze for a second. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, let me just take inventory and close anything I don't need here. I got a new computer, see, and it's let's see, I'll just close.
Always good to close what we don't need.
Yeah, well, I got this powerhouse of a computer now, but I think it's still, let's close everything.
Is it a Mac computer?
It is a Mac. Yeah, I'm totally a Mac guy. I'm a Mac, and so where were we?
Going back into the Pythagoras. Pythagoras is such an interesting guy.
Mm-hmm.
So start there.
He's very little understood, right? We often think of numerology and things like that, but I think what people really aren't aware of is that the Pythagorean tradition really, it kind of went underground in a way that very few people are talking about, and just in the last 10 or 15 years has really reemerged. And what's cool about it is it's evolved, right? It's evolved tremendously, and that's what I've based all my work on.
So, just talk about how you discovered Pythagoras. I mean, why are you so focused on? Why is he so important? And go into like what he has to give us now, because that was 2,500 years ago. So what? Yeah,
you're right. It was. So, how did I come across him? Honestly, when in my college years, when all my friends were getting into Buddhism or something like that, I thought, well, I just felt really drawn to Pythagoreanism, right? Something just felt kind of like right. I'm very right-brained. Actually, I have a early life head injury that makes me very holistic thinking and sort of right-brained, and the math just made sense. But I think what he has to offer us is actually his initial insight. This talk is going to be about the word ascension and why I think we should really be thinking in terms of mathematical coherence, which, Alan, I've heard you use coherence quite a bit.
Yeah. So, yeah. But go deep. We really want to know about Pythagoras.
Oh, I mean, you want to just get into my material?
Yes, please go ahead. Okay, we're giving you the stage. You go for the material. Go for it. Okay,
I have
Diana,
a couple slides
later.
I have a couple slides, or I can just chat.
No, do the slides. You know how to do that. You have to add. Do you know how to add the slides?
Yeah, I use StreamYard a bit.
All right. Yeah, show the slides. Let's get people to the conference. Let's definitely get them excited.
Let me make sure. I'm going to be there. I'm looking forward to it. Let's see. I got to
go to the plus sign and then share entire screen.
Yep. I might have to come back in. I think it's going to make me be right back.
Okay. Right. Come on back. Here, I'll add Diana back.
Alan, we're back, Diana. Yeah, Alan, we're back.
You're back. Just because we're waiting for Jim.
I know.
But no, I think Pythagoras is a key figure in Western civilization, and he was not just a mathematician. He used music. He used philosophy.
It's all about harmonics and coherence, for sure.
And coherence. Okay.
Yeah, I hear.
All right, Jim, you ready to go? I mean,
yep.
Yeah.
And I think I'm right on time to like 12:45.
Okay. Go ahead. Do your thing, and we'll come back at the end. Diana, you could hang around too. All right.
Let me get the right screen here. I think this is it.
Yeah, you know which is the right screen. Plus,
you see my
sharing
slide
screen.
This is the classic, like, synchronization part.
I'm really interested in Pythagoras, especially as a neurotherapist, how it affects the
Oh yeah, let me just make sure I have. I'm just trying to turn off presenter mode. Let's see.
Okay. Okay. Let me read some comments. Sitting by the mini stream. Thank you, Ellen.
All right.
Okay. Ready?
All right. So welcome, everybody. My name is James. I am a neurotherapist in San Francisco, which means I train brains, right? I measure with EEG and I do brain training, neurofeedback, neurostimulation. It's cool stuff. But I'm also the author of an upcoming book, The Quantified Soul. And I plug the book because the thesis here is that when we deal with the brain, we're really dealing with a dual aspect monism, right? We have mind and matter with an interface. And so anytime we're dealing with the brain, we're actually seeing sort of a reflection or we're not seeing the mind directly. We're seeing how the mind or the soul interfaces with our physical collective reality. And so this is going to be metaphysical. This isn't about like EEG or science specifically. But what I really want to do here is decode, really kind of disassemble the word ascension, right? This is the portal to ascension event, a portal to ascension event, and about ancient codes. So we're going to take apart that word and see what it means and look at some history. And I'm going to suggest sort of an alternate interpretation than sort of what's common. So if you're here, you suspect, right, that there's an underlying order to reality, right? I think we were just talking about that, Alan, and was it Deanna? Sorry if I butchered your name there. I was a little late here.
No, that's right, Deanna. You're right.
Oh, good. Okay, Deanna. And I want to say your intuition is absolutely correct. There is an order, and we don't just have to intuit it. We can actually reason about it. And that's really what the Pythagorean tradition was all about, right? Mathematics is a language of reason, right? Deducing what must be true about reality, not trying to use science to like observe it and figure out, but really just starting from first principles, like what must be true to have a mind, right? It's kind of it's a very different approach. And about ancient codes, we use this term a lot, ancient codes. What are they? Right? We have sacred geometry, energy, vibration, frequency. And I think these words resonate for a reason, right? They're pointing at something real. But one of my struggles with this has been often when you try to unpack what this word means, we don't have a very good definition, right? We kind of end up wrapped in stories, and it's hard to define what exactly is vibrating or what the geometry is sacred to. And I don't say that as a criticism, but I think it's a clue, right? We're circling this territory, but we don't always have the most precise map. And that's where, for me, the Pythagorean tradition of mathematics and logic really comes in. And so let's actually talk a little bit more about Pythagoras, right? Like Alan, you said it, 2,500 years ago. I think it's actually fascinating that he was essentially a contemporary, right? Same era as the Buddha. And that's something I write about in my book. But Pythagoras and the Buddha took very different paths, right? The Buddha was exploring through experience, and Pythagoras was exploring through mathematics, logic, and reason. And although, to be fair, he was also a mystic, right? And I imagine that he arrived at these mathematical intuitions through examining his experience. But he tried to kind of stay balanced in reason, not just experience, but then trying to explain it logically and analytically. And so one of his biggest contributions that he's remembered for, like Deanna said, is he found that musical harmony corresponds to precise mathematical ratios, right? And we see this all throughout the world, all throughout nature. And he took this a bit further. For me, the biggest leap he took was just asserting that all is number, right? And we have to unpack this a bit. I think when Pythagoras said all is number, he didn't literally mean things are made of numbers or something like that, when we unpack it, we can actually kind of link those numbers to frequencies, right? What is a frequency? It represents a number. Like numbers are the ultimate way to enumerate anything, right? But really, he was also talking about numbers in relation, right? It's just like the harmony in music. Everything is literally made of relation. And what is it that's relating? Well, we're going to explain in a bit. Immaterial mathematical frequencies, right? These frequencies, they aren't made of anything. They're essentially, they are thought. They're the kind of most fundamental building block of reality. And so what I love about this is mathematics then becomes not just a tool we use to describe reality, but what reality is actually made of. And let's keep going. So this is what I want you to see. The Pythagorean discovery about harmony wasn't just about one note, right? It was about the relationship between them, right? Harmony is what happens when multiple frequencies relate to each other in certain proportions. So let's think about, everything is vibration, or raise your vibration. It's not about like an increasing vibration, one frequency. And we aren't just one frequency, we're a collection of frequencies, and I'll explain how in a little bit. It's really about what happens when these frequencies relate to each other. And I think any of us, really, when we say all is vibration, we're really coming back to that initial insight that all is mathematics, all is relation, all is harmony. But I think the idea that all is vibration naturally focuses on that frequency, like raise your frequency, reach a high vibration. But what Pythagoras was pointing at was something different, right? Not the height of the note or increasing its amplitude or anything like that, but the relationship between them. Not just the frequency. I mean, frequencies are important, but the resonance, the relationship between them. And so that harmony, like I said, it's not about one note getting higher. It's about many notes learning to resonate together, right? And I think that distinction between elevation and resonance is the missing piece I want to focus on today. And Alan, I mentioned a second ago that this tradition didn't stop with Pythagoras. It just really went underground, right? Pythagoras was run out of, Italy. Most stories say he was murdered by a mob, right? And so the tradition really went underground and continued.
What was so what did Pythagoras say that was so threatening that he had to be run out of town?
Well, I think, my reading of the history is just that there's a lot of mystery about him. Like, who is this guy? Like, to be involved in the Pythagorean school, you had to do things like not even speak or ask questions for the first many initiations, because, you didn't know what you didn't know. So you weren't allowed to ask questions. Like, nobody knew what this guy was up to. And there were a lot of stories. And I think that's the biggest thing, right? Anybody who's seen as a mystic doing something in secret, basically a cult, right? That's a problem. And also, of course, the church, right? I think we're all familiar with the impact the church, over the years has had on these. Once we got up to later, but I think being seen as being a cult leader is never a good look.
Right. Yes.
I mean, I think it's a bad look. So, but a couple of thinkers I want to point out, right? One was, I think, explicitly a Pythagorean, right? Gottfried Leibniz in Germany. In my opinion, and in my research, gosh, this guy, polymath, like genius of the highest order, invented so many things, including calculus, which is really a spiritual science to him, not just describing how things change mathematically. And that's the whole thing I cover in the book. But also Carl Jung, right? Carl Jung, I don't think he was necessarily aware of it at the time, but he was examining some of the same principles from the inside, from the experience. He called this process individuation, right? The psyche integrating its scattered parts, literally coming into harmony to create a coherent whole, not by transcending contradictions, but by holding more of itself without falling apart. And so if we really look at the history, we can see this thread really woven through, just kind of not explicit. And what I think is cool here is many traditions often deteriorate over the years, right? Become watered down. It's like the telephone game, like every time it's transmitted, it loses something. But what I think is fascinating about the Pythagorean tradition is that because it's based on logic and reason, there's not, the stories don't get lost, right? From one language to another, from one culture to another. It's all, it just tends to hold up better over the years and grow and expand. And that's what I've seen happen. Well, let's come back to coherence, right? I think, Alan, both you and Deanna, like, obviously know this idea, right? It's parts. In this context, we think of it as parts holding together as a whole. And that's really the code, right? It's not a secret frequency or hidden symbol, but it's the condition in which a system organizes itself so it can function, right, at a higher level of complexity without falling apart. And I actually think it's really beautiful. Like, coherence is literally about the many becoming one. And I think that's what we're all really trying to do, right? Within ourselves and as a collective. It's really about organizing a system so that all the parts remain themselves, but are contributing, right, to the whole in a synchronized way. And there's really some, I think, some beauty in there in the way that when we become coherent as a collective, this wasn't really in my plan to talk about, but I think you'll appreciate it. When our thinking begins to become aligned, what I love is that our thinking is really a product of our will, right? When we produce a thought, it's coming from us. I mean, it could have been conditioned or programmed from outside sources, but ultimately that's influencing our will, right? And what's cool is when we gain like mastery over that will and we allow our thinking to align with others, we're also aligning our will, right? And this is how I think ultimately we're going to build a better society and collective, right? Is by aligning our thinking and bringing our wills along with it. That doesn't mean we think the same thing, right? It means our thinking becomes structurally aligned. But that's something I go into much deeper in the book. But also, to be clear, coherence is structural and it's not moral. And in my work as a clinician, I think this is important because often incoherence in a system is adaptive, right? Think about the way we respond to trauma, and the psyche can fragment and do all these crazy things. That's not morally, it's not like a value judgment that happens. It's how we survive. And sometimes incoherence serves a greater purpose. And so I just want to be really careful. Like, more coherence isn't better, less coherence isn't worse. And in fact, you might even think of cancer, right, as a physical manifestation of hypercoherence, right? These cells are like duplicating, and it's a highly coherent system. And we see this in other places, right? Like some social movements, I won't name names, are highly coherent, but they're doing like great damage to the collective. And so coherence is a really tricky thing. It operates on many scales, right? You want to have just the right amount of it in the right places so the whole system functions. So there's really a lot to it. But the point here is we're talking about organization. And I'll skip ahead a little bit because this is the Portal to Ascension event, and I want to talk about the word ascension. I think this is some fascinating history, right? Let's see. Actually, let me double check something. Did I mean to introduce something? No, that's right. We're on the right track. Thanks for bearing with me here. New computer. So the word ascension enters English around 1300, right? And it comes straight from Latin. Ascendere, I think, to climb towards. And its first meaning in this use was literal, right? Christ rising from the earth into heaven. And frankly, the spatial metaphor is right there. Like, it's vertical, it's ascending up, away, higher. But the spiritual version of this is much, much older, right? It goes back into Hermeticism and Gnostic traditions. But really before that, I think it comes back to another philosopher around 250 BC, CE. So about 750 years or so after Pythagoras, and that was Plotinus. And I don't know how, Alan or Deanna, are you familiar with Plotinus?
No.
right? I mean, he kind of hides in the history. I mean, unless you've studied, I think that this bit of history, he's kind of invisible, but he created, I think, a really beautiful philosophical tradition. And he was the first to, I consider him the first to really use the Latin ascend, right? In this case. And he was trying to describe how consciousness does have a direction, right? There's a big difference between being more and less awake, right? He was trying to describe that change, that as ascension. But I'm not sure he was really meaning something vertical. I mean, that's how it's often interpreted. I mean, the story is, right, the soul descends into matter, and the goal is to reverse that descent, right? To purify, detach, and shed the body. And the direction is often seen as kind of being up and out, right? But Pythagoras, 700 years earlier, was trying to do something different. He wasn't trying to escape form. He was trying to understand really the lawfulness within form and become better organized, right? So his code wasn't a ladder out. It was trying to understand how things hold together and how to expand that coherence. Does that make sense to you, Alan?
Yes. No, I appreciate it. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So thanks. I'm just trying to. This is always more fun.
It totally makes sense. So keep going.
Yeah. It's always fun if there's some interaction. So feel free to.
I know. I'm sorry, but okay. If you need interaction, I'm happy to interact.
Oh, wait. Okay. And so let's see. Where am I? We're going here.
So
the
idea of ascension, you're saying, is a Pythagorean theorem, a thesis, because that's what he ultimately wanted to do. Understand the nature of the universe, basically. And let me get back up there. So the importance of Pythagoras for our time would be what? Give all the things that we could use, because he was quite a genius.
Well, he was. And so I'll actually skip ahead a little bit to this. Let's see. All right. So Pythagoras was saying that the direction isn't up, it's harmony, right? And personally, I actually think Plotinus understood that. It's just been misunderstood. And right, that's actually one of the things I talk about in the book, is how when we have these traditions based on stories and words, they often get misunderstood or mistranslated, right? And I honestly, I think that's what kind of happened with Ascend, right? It's the original intent was not to up and out or to escape, but to create greater harmony. And so I'm going to skip ahead on some of this.
Well, I think that's very important, because everybody wants to ascend in order to escape the planet, but there's no escaping.
Well, there isn't. And so I'll actually stick on this for a minute. In fact, and I think that's where many of us often get stuck. And that's someplace where I used to get stuck, and I admit still do. You know, we have a peak experience and try to chase it. Right. I think probably we're all guilty of that. Right. And I've heard many teachers say that, you know, the point isn't to, you know, it's the yogic, you know, tradition, right? The point isn't the cities. It's, those are side effects on the journey. And I think,
exactly.
Right.
Exactly. No, you're absolutely right. The point is not the cities. The point is the state of consciousness that generates the cities.
Right. And what I've found in my work is that, in fact, they are side effects. And so in my work, what I've done, one of the stories I talk about in the book is the first time I experienced an out of body travel. I had this I was already doing brain training and neurostimulation, like using actually like electricity and magnets and light to stimulate my brain. And I had this vision of what, it's hard to describe. It wasn't really, I knew that this is what it would do, but I just had this vision of a protocol, a way to stimulate myself. And I did that one day. And then that night, I just kept popping out of my body. And it actually became annoying. Like I couldn't sleep. I would just fall back to sleep, and there I was out again. And as I decoded what I had done, I eventually came to understood it was really a side effect of, I mean, I'll be a little technical here, but a specific way, both my brain waves were coming into coherence, but also the way my physiology and my diet and all these other things were aligned at that time. And I came to understand that, yes, we can do these practices, and we should, but what these practices do is they create coherence, right? And so really these things are I think very much a side effect. And so now I do the practices sometimes, but I often just appreciate when I am more in that coherent state, that they just happen. Also, I'm busy, and the practices take a lot of work. So that's what I was kind of talking about here, right? Is lucid dreaming, intuitive clarity, spontaneous insight, out of body travel, or even states that we chase, right, with medicine or ceremony. Really, when we look at it, and I cover the kind of the details in the book, are a side effect of coherence. And the cool thing is this is measurable. So let's see, we talked a little bit about coherence.
But pull it all together, like how we're going to use it today in our time. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Well, so what I'll do is I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Thanks for engaging with this. Is I want to talk about.
I want to know what you know.
Yeah. So this is the cool part. So we established that Pythagoras' insight was all is relation, and everything is mathematics. Everything is made of frequency. But let's talk about how that frequency actually works. And that's the precondition for then understanding how we understand how it relates to the brain and how we can actually train it and measure it. And so first, okay, the soul is not matter, right? It's not some kind of energy that's made of something. What it is a wave-structured pattern built from the most basic motions in mathematics, sine and cosine waves. I bet you weren't expecting to see like a formula like this in a spiritual conversation, but you don't have.
I love it all. I know I love it. It's really. Wait, are you showing that on your screen? Because we're not seeing that.
Oh, you're not? It says I'm sharing my screen.
Wait, maybe I have to add this to. Okay, now I'm seeing. I had to add it to the stage. So that's e to the 30 equals. I don't even know what those words mean.
You don't have to know the mathematics. I'm going to break this down like geometrically. And so the idea is that necessary motion becomes vibration. And when I really wrapped my head around this, my mind was blown. So this formula developed by Leonhard Euler is often considered like the most beautiful equation of mathematics and physics. In fact, Richard Feynman called it the jewel of physics, and Euler himself called it proof of God. And I'll show you why I think it's really amazing. And so what the formula states is that circular motion as a side effect produces sine and cosine waves. And so the reason this is important is that we start to think about the universe from first principles, like what must be true. One of the steps is thinking, okay, well, there has to be motion, right? If there wasn't motion, then there wouldn't be change, and there wouldn't be like, we would have stasis, right? So there has to be motion. And then we realize that that motion has to be perpetual, right? There's no reason yet why it should slow down or stop. So the universe must be based on some kind of perpetual motion, right? And I think most of you guys would probably agree with this at some level, right? There must be perpetual motion. The amazing thing is that perpetual motion, Euler discovered, logically must produce sine and cosine waves. And so these sine and cosine waves essentially become the building block of everything. While physics is chasing, M theory with these one-dimensional strings, I think 10 or 11 of them, most people have never considered that reality could be based on the zero-dimensional waves, right? Sine and cosine. And so when we talk about like everything is vibration, this is really where it comes from. And so that anytime we think all is vibration, we're really tracing ourselves back to that original Pythagorean insight. And if you look at this circle here, you see the Pythagorean theorem? We have a right triangle. We have the hypotenuse and the two legs. And we absolutely have the Pythagorean theorem inside of here. And that's where I believe that the Pythagoras really understood that. I believe he kind of intuited this motion and maybe even saw it, right, in his mystical experience. But then what he must have done is tried to prove it, right? Yes, you can have an experience, but can you then try to reason about it and figure out why it must be true, right? And so I've tried to carry that same spirit into my work, right? And so a lot of my work is based on a lot of intuition, but then carefully going back and systematizing it, right? And putting it into a logical framework. But that's not all. The next trick is how those waves become everything. I like to joke about Tesla's quote about, if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of, what is it? Energy, vibration. Is there something else? The thing is, he never talks about phase, right? Frequency, every wave has three properties. There's frequency, right? How fast it oscillates. Then there's amplitude. How high is the wave? But what's most important is phase, right? And phase is sort of the starting conditions, right? The starting position of the wave. So the way I like to describe it is, imagine you have two dancers, right? They're doing the same steps, but if they start in sync, that's great, right? And they're in sync. If two waves start in sync, they actually amplify each other. But what if the second dancer starts a little bit early or a little bit late, right? That's the phase difference between these waves. And when you have that kind of difference, you get interference, right? And Deanna mentioned, the hologram, right? The holographic nature of reality. And I don't quote it in the book, but I've written some essays about, what's his name? Michael Talbot's The Holographic Universe. Like, brilliant idea, right? What I think he wasn't able to quite put his finger on, though, was where the projection comes from. And so in this sort of Pythagorean view, every mind is producing waves that interfere with each other, right? And so I think the next slide is, our self, our identity is not a fixed point. It's a dynamic interference pattern, like a hologram itself, right? Interference of all these waves. And that's actually a huge topic I talk about in the book, is how we can kind of reframe Jungian psychology and the self through this lens, right, of an interference pattern of frequency and what that means. But then the collective universe is the interference of all those minds, right? And so there's a lot of interesting implications here, Alan, I think, about how we live, right? Understanding that not only are we in this together, but understanding that kind of the reason why things happen even is a result of interference, and that constructive interference, like when we're aligned, when our thoughts are aligned, when we can produce a world that's more coherent and working together. And frankly, what we have in the world today is a lot of destructive interference. Right? We're all not, I should be kind, right? I think everybody here, we're all trying to, work together and spread that message. But on the whole, I think the world is highly incoherent. We're producing a lot of destructive interference. And I think really internalizing this, Alan, there's some huge insights just for how we live.
Well, that's why Pythagoras was so important, because he gave us insights. He was a polymath, music, math. I mean, and nothing's really changed for 25,000 people, still living the same way in their relationship to the world, trying to make money, family. So nothing in a sense really has changed.
No, I mean, gosh, that's a whole conversation there that I'd love to have, but nothing's really changed. And my humble contribution to this idea is that understanding how the psyche works, how the mind works, the soul works through this lens is great. The big insight for me was when I was studying neuroscience to realize, wait a second, the brain follows the same organizational principle. That's funny. And then I started to notice that this isn't a new idea. Like back in the 70s, Carl Pribram, I don't know if you've ever heard of the book, I think the holonomic brain. Anyway, he sort of applied this idea of interference patterns to neurons and had neurons communicate. He didn't take it to the psyche, but he pointed out that the brain follows the same kind of organizational principle, right? It exists as a whole, not in the parts, right? It is the interference pattern. And what I've done in my work is take this a bit further, right? To take the understanding the structure of the soul or the psyche, right? There's lots of terms we can use for it, each with slightly different, implications. I use them pretty interchangeably, but we can take the psyche, understand its dynamics, and then understand how that relates to the interference pattern we see in the brain. And so in my work, I don't say that when we measure the brain, we're seeing the psyche, right? Or we can see your thoughts. But what I found is the way that the brain is organized, like the organizational principle, is the same as the soul. And when we change, right, the way the brain organizes itself, we're influencing the soul, right? That's pretty amazing to me. When we change how we think through the brain, we're influencing how the soul, like how the psyche thinks. And I mean, it's very complicated too, right? Just because the brain is operating some way, that could be some head injury, right? It could be a lot of reasons. Just because the brain is operating a certain way doesn't mean the soul is like damaged or something. There's what we're seeing in the brain is the intersection of the soul and the collective reality. And that's actually really important, right? The soul is individual, but it interfaces with the collective, right? And our brains really are the product of genetics. Oh my gosh, like so much history and our parents and ancestors. And then we have the soul that interfaces with that. So we're seeing this, like the intersection. But still, when we measure the brain, we get a glimpse into how the soul and the psyche is organized. And when we train it, when we change that, we're, I believe, becoming a better expression of ourselves, of our soul. And more than that, I'll tell you, I'll close, rather than go more in my slides, I'll close with a story. I have colleagues in the field of neurotherapy who work with married couples. And often when they've reached the end, like, oh, we've done everything, this is a last ditch effort, we're going to go to a neurotherapist. And what they do is, well, first of all, they work on their own stuff, like their trauma, retrain the brain so it regulates better, maybe let go of some past trauma. And that's great by itself, right? When people heal, they're able to connect better. But the real cool part is shared neurofeedback. And you might actually be familiar with this, Alan. I mean, I know you've explored a lot of stuff. I've done this with my partner even, like electrode on one head, electrode on the other, and synchronizing brainwaves. And, based on my work, I know that that's not just synchronizing brainwaves. We're actually synchronizing, our thoughts and synchronizing parts of our soul. And when we do that, we start to think together. And that's really the punchline of the whole book, is what is the path to learning to think together, right? To get our waves, the waves of our interference patterns aligned with each other, aligned within ourselves and then with each other. And I'm sure we all had experiences where, you think the same thing at the same time with a partner or somebody, and you exchange the look and you just know, right? And you've had the same thought, and that's because you've been in perfect alignment. It's not just about the wavelength, right? It's about the phase. And my hope with my work is to operationalize this, to really help more of us understand how this works and use the neurotherapy.
How would you operationalize, telepathic thought? How would you do that?
Oh, well, I don't know if I'm really talking about telepathic thought exactly, but the first step is to clear up our own thinking, right? What I found is that when we live, like, here's an exercise from my book, because I think, Deanna, you had an exercise. Imagine that you're interacting with a friend or somebody, and you just can't get on the same page. And you're like, why can't we get along? But then imagine that you could see your whole interference pattern of thought, like all the waves, like right in front of you. That's impossible, right? It's beyond comprehension. But imagine if you could see all your waves, and you start looking at them and you realize, wait a second, that one looks different. It's like jagged. That one's a different color. Wait. And you start to realize that I didn't pick those, right? We're living with all of this conditioned thought that has come from trauma or programming. And when that happens, we can actually see it. When I measure a brain, I see how rigid the thinking has become. Like, it doesn't want to change, right? It's kind of stuck. And if you think about it, I mean, it kind of makes sense. If your thinking is rigid and doesn't want to change, it's going to be hard to get into sync with another. It's even going to be hard to get in sync with other parts of yourself. And so, Alan, for me, the first step is helping people get over that rigid conditioned thinking, because I think that's the first thing that prevents us from getting in sync. And then the next step is absolutely, like, I think there's a lot of ways to do it, like shared neurofeedback, but there's lots of things you can learn. Out of body travel or shamanic travel, and really learn to see into others to connect. And you kind of learn your own ways to connect with people, like shamans do, right? But for me, the first step of operationalization is just helping people get over that rigid thinking that hasn't come from us. And that's something that the neurotherapy that I do is really good at. And I really think of it as helping people return to themselves, right? Getting rid of those thoughts, the thought patterns that not just aren't serving them, but didn't come from them. Hopefully I didn't freeze again.
I'm with you. So put it all together. Give me a formulated thesis of how we can apply all of what Pythagoras, of course, it was legendary, but yeah, give us the best shot.
Bringing him back to present, I assert that the Pythagorean tradition allows us to measure the coherence of the soul through its reflection of the brain. And that alone, I think, is pretty rad, right? We can see, it's like a soul camera. Like, it doesn't tell you what you're thinking, but I think more importantly, it shows us how we're organized. And then, even better, with this technology, I believe we can use it to really become, some people throw around collective consciousness. I prefer collective intelligence. I think with this technology, with this kind of knowledge, we have a clear path to that. We can measure. There's a classic management line. You can't manage what you don't measure, right? I don't think we've ever been able to measure this stuff before. And I suggest that now we can. Now that we can, I suggest we can, hey, we can measure it now. Why can't we build it? Why can't we just operationalize a path towards collective intelligence? Does that sort of sum it up?
I'm with you. Sorry. Just kind of, are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry.
Sorry. My computer just glitched out a little bit. So the book that you wrote called, what is it again?
It's called The Quantified Soul. And I don't mean quantified like reducing it to a number. I just mean like being able to make it legible, to make it, actually it's a riff on quantified self, right? In the biohacking. I just thought that was a cool thing to say.
So who do you think is like, besides you holding up the Pythagorean tradition now, who else is really key in understanding?
I mean, I think it's pretty scattered. There's some underground authors who I've followed, and I reference heavily in the book.
Well, like, who's an underground author? Like, who would you?
Oh, these are anonymous authors. This could be like a whole nother conversation of some underground books published by some anonymous, pseudonymous authors, and that actually becomes a problem because some of their books were reported to Amazon, and they can't file a complaint because they want to remain anonymous. So it's an interesting little wrinkle.
How did you find them then? How were you able to?
Like I say, a dark corner of the internet, right? They're out there. I write it about in the book. Yeah, I'd be happy to. I'll be at the New Living Expo. I'd be happy to like talk to people more about like that aspect.
I want to find that dark corner of the internet. I mean, if you think the
Oh, actually, they're now on Patreon, and I'd be happy to share more resources about this. But their work is dense, right? It's kind of written as, if you know the term agitprop, right? It's kind of
no idea what that means. No,
it comes from like, it's propaganda, right? It's written in a way that's intended to trigger you and push your buttons, because that's, I think, one of the methods that the ancient mystery schools actually used. Like, when you keep pushing somebody's buttons, you find out if they can take it, right? I think part of real coherence, and as I write about even in the book Love, is being able to see through that stuff and try to understand things no matter what it makes you feel, right? When you're triggered by something, what's that telling you? Do you have programming that's making you respond a certain way? Anyway, those books are hard, but there's a lot of people out there who, they don't make a big fuss about it, but I think they're totally inspired by this tradition.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for that. I mean, I think it's fantastic. I mean, I'm really interested in looking at your book. So at the New Living Expo, which you're going to be at coming up this weekend, where are you going to start? I mean, what should people know? Why should they come to a lecture, and
Oh,
workshop? Yeah,
I
talk about
wish.
that.
Well, I wish I was going to be lecturing or workshopping. I just have a little table, right? I'm going to be promoting.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but I'm going to be promoting my business and the book.
But if you were to lecture, if you were to lecture, what would you love to lecture about?
Oh my gosh, probably a couple years ago, I lectured at a neurotherapy conference about love and kind of the mathematical nature of love, which I think most people haven't thought about, and how it relates to what we see in the brain. And I think it's honestly one of my favorite. There's an entire chapter in the book called Rising in Love. And the idea is that often we talk about falling in love, but what if we could rise into love, right? Like understanding what it is as this coherence across scales and about deep understanding and always like seeking to connect and but knowing what the limit is. That's probably what I would talk at a conference like this. That's probably where I'd lead because I just think it would probably resonate.
Are you going to have copies of your book? I'd love to check one out.
I will have a few. It's not published yet, but I do have the entire first chapter on my website. So
okay,
you can come read the whole. The manuscript is done. I've just been working on some endorsements, right? And that's kind of like the last step, as I'm sure you know, in getting something published.
It's true. Well, I'm going to bring Monty Leach in here to see if he has any comments about what we've been talking about, and I'm just going to add. Hey, Monty, welcome.
Hey, how are you doing?
Have you been listening to what James Croal was been saying about his work with Pythagoras and the quantum mind? And have you been listening at all, or you just came on? Really,
I just came on in the last few minutes, to be honest. So, but if you have a specific question, I might be able to.
Well, give them the basic thesis, James, because Monty, I'll just share. Monty is the editor of the International Magazine Share, online monthly publication offerings about the emergence of Maitreya, the world teacher. He's grouped the Masters of Wisdom, has practiced transmission meditation. So I think there's a relationship there. So,
ooh, and Monty, I have just the thing to share with you. So the thesis here is I for 25 years, I've been inspired by the Pythagorean tradition and how it's evolved. And it's reached a point where I believe we can apply it to understand the brain, not just as the brain, but really understand the interface between mind and matter, understand how when you measure the brain, we're actually seeing not the mind itself, but the same organizational pattern. Like, and so the way the brain organizes itself influences how the mind expresses itself and vice versa. Basically, we see like a translation of the psyche in the brain. And the thesis goes further that when we learn to, I'll skip to the end, like the point is to learn to think together, right? How do we develop coherence rather than I could have disassemble ascension and say ascension kind of suggests a vertical movement when coherence is really about coming together, the many becoming one. How do we learn to think together while retaining ourselves, becoming like a true unified collective? And I think the Pythagorean tradition gives us that. But I'll link it to you. You talk about Maitreya. So my book is heavy on reason, right? And how do we understand the universe through logic and reason? And I actually suggest in the book that what if the next teacher, what if this Maitreya isn't actually a person, but a principle, and literally like reason itself? Because reason is this teacher that never, if you really stay true to it, it never lies to you, right? It can't. It's a principle. We kind of deduce how things work. And I think it's relatively provocative, but I'd actually be curious to see what you think of that idea of like.
Yeah, Monty. Yeah, what do you think of all that? I'm curious too.
Well, the information that I have, which I'll be talking about today, is that for us to survive as a planet at this time, as humanity, we're going to have to work together cooperatively. Not just as individuals, but we have to work together cooperatively. And fortunately, at this time, we have a lot of help in the world now to help us work cooperatively together in the form of great spiritual teachers. Not just one, not just Maitreya, the world teacher, but a whole group of similarly wise teachers who are here now in the world in physical form, on the physical plane, to help us at this very critical time for humanity and the planet. They are here to help us create peace in the world, because they say without peace there will be no future. And it seems very obvious today with nuclear weapons that we have, which could be used in another major war, that if we don't have peace, we have very little hope for the future. So these great teachers are here to help us expand our consciousness, to raise our consciousness, to help our consciousness ascend, if you will, so that we will accept their advice, which is to share the resources of the world among all the nations equitably. And that is the way to create peace in the world, according to Maitreya. So how do we do that? We have to begin to see one another as one human family. We have to cooperate with one another. We have to see one another as brothers and sisters, which we are. So how do we do that? Our consciousness needs to be lifted up. Our hearts need to be open. And that's what Maitreya and the masters are here to do, to lift up our consciousness, to raise our consciousness at this critical time.
Well, that's great. Well, I appreciate that, Monty. Any final words from you, James?
No, it's been a pleasure. It's great to meet you. I love your work, actually. So all the best.
Well, we'll see you at the expo this weekend.
I'll be there. Yep.
Thanks for your, I really appreciate your research on Pythagoras, one of the ancient masters that really opened up a new time. I think it's exactly what Monty's talking about, but you know, there's new masters for a new time, and so I want to talk to you about that, Monty. James, thanks so much for being here. See you at the expo, New Living Expo this weekend.
Cheers.
Thanks. Okay, Monty, who are you talking about that are the living teachers? Have you ever heard of J.J. Hurtak and the Keys of Enoch? Are they part of your understanding?
No, I haven't heard of that, but I'm part of a group called the Share International Network of Volunteers. And our main purpose is to make known the presence in the world now of these great teachers in the world. Maitreya, the world teacher for the Aquarian Age, and his group of similarly wise teachers called the Masters of Wisdom, who are here now. So that's one purpose of our group, is to make this information known, which is tremendously hopeful information, because we are not alone at this critical time as humanity. And just really quickly, the other major part of our work is to introduce transmission meditation, which is a group meditation that was introduced to the world in 1974 by one of these great teachers, a master of wisdom, as a way for anyone to simply but very powerfully help the world. And I hope, and I want to, and I'm planning to, a little bit later on, we can all take part in a transmission meditation together.
Okay, but tell me, who are these masters? Where are they? What are their names? How do we find them?
Okay, good, all good questions. So the tradition that I'm talking about is called the Ageless Wisdom Teachings. And this is a ancient wisdom tradition that goes back eons of time. And it underlies all the world's religions, all the world's philosophies, but it was hidden. It was esoteric until fairly recently, until a woman named Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, back in the late 1800s, Madame Blavatsky, began making known the teachings of these great Mahatmas, they were called, the masters of wisdom. She lived and worked with a group of these teachers in the Himalayas for 3 years and wrote about their teachings. Her work was accepted, and it became very popular in the late 1800s by the intellectuals of the time, the artists of the time. So this was the first phase of this ageless wisdom teachings that became public. The next phase was through a woman named Alice Bailey, who received many, many books by dictation from one of these masters that released more of these teachings to the world. One of these books was called The Reappearance of the Christ. It was published in 1948, and it talked about the return to the everyday world of this group of great Mahatmas, these great teachers, and the head of their group, who's called Maitreya, the master of all the masters. And this return to the everyday world would take place sometime after 1975. Well, as it happened in 1974, a British artist named Benjamin Creme, who was trained over the course of many years by one of these masters of wisdom, he brought into the world information that these great teachers are emerging now from their ancient retreats in the mountains and the deserts of the world where they had lived for thousands of years, helping us constantly from behind the scenes. They have always helped us, guided us, and inspired us, but from these mountain and desert areas of the world. But at this time, because, as I was saying, the world is in such critical condition, they are coming into the world now to help us and guide us more directly, inspire us more directly. And at the head of their group is the great master, the master of all the masters, Maitreya, the world teacher. Now you're asking, how can we meet these masters? Well, in a sense, we can meet them through the practice of transmission meditation, which I was mentioning, that we can experience together in a few minutes. We can experience them directly in that way because they are constantly sending their spiritual energies into the world to help the world. And this practice of transmission meditation was introduced as a way for groups around the world. There are many hundreds of groups, many hundreds of people around the world who take part in this, who receive these energies. We invoke these energies, we receive them, and the energies are sent out by the masters and Maitreya to wherever the energies are most needed in the world to help the world. And through this practice, we are literally helping Maitreya and the masters uplift the world. And at the same time, by experiencing these energies, it's uplifting ourselves. In a way, we are experiencing, when we do transmission meditation, the Ascension Alchemy, which is the title, part of the title of this webinar. We experience Ascension Alchemy because when we do transmission, we are transmuting the lower to the higher in ourselves and in the world at large by helping the world. So in a very real sense, we are working with directly the masters and Maitreya when we do transmission meditation. In terms of the physical world, they are here in the physical world, but still working behind the scenes. They work non-stop, 24/7, to help us, to inspire us, to protect us, to help us create peace in the world as much as they can. But their presence is still behind the scenes. It is up to us to create peace in the world. Maitreya and the masters, no matter how great these teachers are, can only guide and inspire us. We have to respond to these energies that they're sending into the world. We, as humanity, as people, have to work together, take action to help create peace in the world, to call for sharing of the resources of the world among the nations, call on our governments to do that. That's how we can help move toward peace in the world. It's up to us. It's our actions that will do it. The masters, Maitreya, cannot impose anything. They can't wave a wand and say, there will be peace in the world. There will be no hunger in the world. It would be a colossal infringement of our free will, which they never do. They will never do, and they never do. All they can do, and it's a lot, is inspire us, touch our hearts, raise our consciousness so that we will take the needed actions. I don't know if that answered your question or.
No, that did answer my question, but I mean, you talk about the masters in the world right now. Who are these masters? Where can we find them?
Well, who are the masters? You can read all about them on our website, shareinternational.org. In Benjamin Krem's books, he talks about who they are, the background, the Alice Bailey books. There's a long tradition of the existence, the writings on these great teachers who are in the world. So there's much material out there. In terms of meeting them, my understanding is when there's a need, when we can help the plan of the masters and Maitreya, they will contact us. They will reach out to us. It's not for us to try to contact them.
Well, I have a question from Laura.
Yeah.
I have a question, Laura, who's been listening all day. Thank you, Laura, for tuning in. Is the Maitreya Buddha back in embodiment as a young man living in a modest Indian village? Is that true for you?
Well, that's not the information I have. According to Benjamin Krem, who, as I said, was trained by a master and provided this information to the world, Maitreya emerged back in 1977. Mm-hmm. He went from the Himalayas. He flew by airplane into London, England, and in 1977 took up residence in the Indian Pakistani community of London, England. Not as Maitreya Buddha, not as the Christ. He fulfills the expectations of all the religions for a teacher, but he's not a religious teacher. He's here for all people, religious and non-religious alike. But he came into the London Indian Pakistani community just as a man, an extraordinary man, and worked and helped not only in the community but worldwide. So that was his base of support. But Maitreya, all the masters can, and they do all the time, They can be anywhere in the world instantaneously and when they're needed, when their help is needed. And they can
Right.
be in more than one place at the same time in the
Right.
world.
And there's more masters showing up, and Benjamin Krem is no longer on the planet. So this young Buddha, Maitreya, now in India, could be one of the other masters, because I would say, why not?
Yeah, all I can talk about is the information I have and my experience. And I leave it to everybody's own experience and intuition to tell them whether they feel like this person or that person is a master or Maitreya. It's really, it has to, whatever the information is, it has to ring true for you. And
Right.
that's why I'm putting out this information today for your consideration only. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything.
I appreciate it.
It's up to you. So I'm just speaking from my own experience and my own information. So.
Well, did you meet the master that went to England and lived in the Indian Pakistan? Have you met that master?
In a sense, I have. Like I say, every time I do transmission, I've met Maitreya and the masters. His energy is him. Mm-hmm. There's no difference in a way between his energy, which he sends through the transmission groups when we invoke the energies, which I hope we'll get a chance to do today.
Yes.
It's a very simple meditation. I think everybody would very much benefit from it. So in a sense, every time we do a transmission, we are with Maitreya, we are with the masters. But I have had experiences of Maitreya were confirmed by Benjamin Krem's master. And what's interesting is Maitreya and all of the masters can appear in any form that has meaning for the person. So they can appear as a homeless person, an old man, a young woman, a child, to teach, to save ourselves. Every time when people say an angel came, you have experience of an angel came and saved me, that angel is one of the masters of wisdom appearing before. That's what one of the things the masters do. They save as much as they can. They help us all the time. So they can take any form they wish.
Then I would say yes, Laura. I would say yes. It seems yes, in my opinion. But first tell me, who was Benjamin Krem's teacher, and then we'll do the little transmission meditation. So who was Benjamin Krem's teacher?
His teacher, he was trained by one of the masters of wisdom to do the work that he did. He never revealed the name of the master for various reasons, but it was one of the masters of wisdom who in turn is a disciple of Maitreya. So that's where, and Benjamin Krem developed a moment-to-moment telepathic connection, not a psychic connection or a mediumistic connection. He was totally conscious, but it was a moment-to-moment telepathic rapport with his master, his spiritual master who lived in the Himalayas. So any information he needed to carry out his work of making this information known to the world, he could ask his master and instantaneously receive the answer to the question. And he was editor for Share International magazine for many years. People would write in questions on topics, any topic you can imagine, and then some. And he was able to answer them, the most difficult, intricate questions, with the help of his master wisdom.
Did you know Benjamin Krem, and did you get a direct download from Benjamin Krem?
I'm not sure what a download means, but
I mean, direct transmission from Benjamin to you in person.
Well, I met Benjamin Crumb many times. We worked together pretty closely in Share International. He lectured all around the world for about 30 years. And he was not paid for any of his work. He wrote about 20 books on this information, which are available through the Share International website and related websites. And for many years, he came to the Bay Area, which is where I live, twice a year, and gave lectures and introduced transmission meditation to the public at that time. So many times I did, and because he felt that introducing transmission to the public was a very important part of his work, in addition to making known the presence in the world of Maitreya.
Well, it looks like you're carrying on that tradition. So just two more questions before I'd love to get you into the transmission meditation.
Great.
Laura again says Benjamin Croon before his death report that Maitreya was going to come out publicly on major media. Has this happened? What might Maitreya be? And then a question or statement by Susan Atwood said Maitreya is living in London as a grown man. He has not yet come out publicly. He's living in the Pakistani community. And anyway, just answer those quickly, and then let's go into the meditation, because that's what we're really here for. So, but yeah,
that'd be great. So, sorry, the first question was, sorry.
Well, it was just that the Maitreya was supposed to come out publicly.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Well, this, as Benjamin Crumb explained it, it was hoped that he would come out publicly sooner than now. But as Benjamin Crumb would explain it, the emergence of Maitreya, a world teacher on the level of Christ, the Buddha, coming into the world now, is an event. It's a planetary event, and even beyond the planetary event, of importance to this world, to this planet. And because of it is such importance, there are many, many factors that Maitreya has to take into account before he announces himself publicly, to make sure that humanity's openness and readiness is at a maximum level. So he has to weigh hundreds, maybe thousands of different factors to determine the best possible moment for him to come forward when we as humanity would be most receptive to what he has to say. It was hoped that this would have happened by now, but unfortunately it hasn't. So it's all up to the conditions in the world, the conditions, the openness of humanity to Maitreya's presence in the world, and many other factors. And we just keep working and making known the information. And when the time is right, from Maitreya's perspective, when the time is right, he will come forward.
Great. No, thank you. Okay, Monty, then let's do the transmission, and
yes.
Then Neil Gar is going to come in and take over. So yeah,
yes.
We're ready for you, and the world is ready, and they're listening.
Yes.
Go for it.
So I wanted to ask, so I'll explain very briefly what it's about, and then we can do the meditation. To begin the meditation, we say together what's called the Great Invocation. So I sent that file to Neil at some point, if that could be put up on the screen, and we say that all together. So just really briefly.
Okay, Monty, I'm here. Just give me a second. It'll take me 2 minutes to get it.
Okay, great. I assume that was Neil. So as I mentioned before, transmission.
It up, and then
transmission is a group meditation. It's done. It was introduced by a master of wisdom for us to be able to help the world very simply but powerfully, and as a way of enhancing our own spiritual evolution at the same time. So it benefits the world and ourselves. During the transmission, we will say the Great Invocation, an ancient mantra, an ancient prayer that was translated into modern language to invoke, to bring in the energies of Maitreya and the masters. So we are in essence unlocking an ancient code every time we say the great invocation. When we do the energy, that's the great invocation on the screen. Thank you, Neil. So we will all say that together. And when we do, Maitreya and the masters will begin to send their spiritual energies through the transmission group. The energies are sent through our chakras, they're stepped down, and then they're sent by Maitreya and the masters out to the world wherever they're most needed. We're asked not to send the energies to any particular person or any particular place. We let that, we leave that to these great teachers, the masters of wisdom and Maitreya. They determine where it's most needed, these great energies are most needed. And these energies are helping to transform this world for the better. That's the purpose of the meditation. So the technique is very simple. We say the great invocation together. We place the attention at the ajna center between the eyebrows. It's the sixth chakra. It's not the third eye. It's a different thing, but some people say it's the third eye. In any case, it's the ajna center, the sixth chakra between the eyebrows. We place the attention there. And what that does is it links our brain with our higher self and soul. So when we make that connection between our brain and our higher self, the energies that we've invoked with the great invocation can be sent through us, and they're sent through us. Now, when we notice our attention wandering away during the meditation, which we will inevitably, we say to ourselves, we think the sound Om. We don't say it aloud. We think the sound Om. And what that does is it automatically brings the attention back to the ajna center between the eyebrows for the transmission of energy to take place. That's the entire meditation. We say the great invocation together. We close our eyes. We place the attention at the ajna center. When we notice our attention wandering off, we say the sound Om inwardly. We think Om. That's it. So we can start and we can go for as long as we can go. Maybe 15 or 20 minutes would be great. So what I'll do is, since everybody is muted, I'll say the great invocation aloud, and then everybody at home and in the studio, wherever you might be, can say it. So we won't hear how many ever people saying the great invocation together, which can be a bit distracting. But you're invited to say it along with me wherever you are. And how we usually say it in our transmission groups is we pause in between the stanzas just a little bit. So that's how we do the great invocation. So now I'll say the great invocation and we can say it all together and begin transmission meditation. From the point of light within the mind of God, let light stream forth into the minds of men. Let light descend on earth. From the point of love within the heart of God, let love stream forth into the hearts of men. May Christ return to earth. From the center where the will of God is known. Let purpose guide the little wills of men, the purpose which the masters know and serve. From the center, which we call the race of men, let the plan of love and light work out, and may it seal the door where evil dwells. Let light and love and power restore the plan on earth.
Thank you, Monty.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you
Appreciate
all.
you, brother. What a beautiful invocation that is. Just watch it one more time. From the center where the will of God is known, let purpose guide the wills of men, the purpose which masters know and serve. From the center which we call the race of men, let the plan of love and light work out. May it seal the door where evil dwells. Let light and love and power restore the planet Earth. So powerful. Thank you.
It is indeed. It was given by Maitreya to the world in 1945 to invoke their energies.
Love it. So before I let you go, would you like to share anything else where people can find out more about you? And maybe what are you going to be presenting on at the expo? Are you going to go deeper into this material?
Exactly. So next week at the New Living Expo, I'm going to be doing a talk on the same theme, going into more depth, as you were saying, Neil, and also doing a transmission with people there in person, which is an especially powerful way of doing it. But I think today people can feel how powerful that was. And sometimes it's even more powerful in person. So we'll be doing that. Well, our local group also will have a booth at the Expo, New Living Expo, under the name Transmission, a Meditation to Help the World. And so if people have any questions about what they heard today or want to find out more about how they can take part in transmission after today, come by the booth, and we'll have co-workers and myself there all weekend to help you. And just one last thing is, in terms of a website, I was going to try to put the website on the screen, but my technical abilities kind of failed me there. So I would just say, if you want more information on a website, go to share, SHARE, hyphen international.us. That's SHARE hyphen international.us, not UK actually. US is the better one. So it's shareinternational.us. Perfect. Thank you so much, Neil, and thank you everyone for being here today.
My pleasure, brother. See you in 5 days. See you soon.
Sounds great. Take care.
Take care, brother. Bye. Beautiful, everybody. I'm back. I hope you had a great time with Alan today. He was doing an amazing job, and I tuned in as I was getting ready for the New Living Expo. Last couple of days, you had Joan, you had Alan, myself, and my good friend Chris Noble, who are going to be performing at the expo. And also, Chris is doing all the AV. I'm, of course, producing it. We've been running around in a smooth way, you know, kind of crazy, a lot of stuff going on, but a lot of beautiful synchronicities have happened the last few days as we've been preparing for the expo. Just rented the minivan, loading it up as we speak, so just really excited for it. And everybody that you have seen yesterday and today will be at the expo in San Rafeal, California, starting Friday, April 17th to the 19th, except for the first speaker from yesterday. So I'm going to play the trailer, and then we're going to get into our final presenter for this weekend. So here's the trailer again for the New Living Expo.
The world is changing faster than ever before, and within this evolution, a new consciousness is rising. At the New Living Expo, thousands gather to expand consciousness, explore new conscious technologies, ancient wisdom, and the future of human potential. Immerse yourself in 3 days of heart-expanding wisdom and mind-binding awareness, with over 90 speakers sharing tools to awaken your highest potential. 125 exhibitors, 3,000 attendees, awakened souls unite in one powerful weekend of learning, healing, and connection. Experience transformation, connection, and the next chapter of human evolution. It is time for humanity to awaken. Join us at newlivingexpo.com.
Yes, so tune in, join us if you're able to. It's going to be truly incredible. And now I'm excited to introduce you to a good friend of mine, Julie Swen, who is also now on Portal to Ascension as a speaker. And this is her debut presentation on Portal to Ascension. Always love to have inaugural experiences with my good colleagues and friends. And it's truly special. I think it's a good way to close out these 2 days that have been very very impactful and transformational. Let us know what you've been experiencing, what really stood out for you over the last couple of days as we've been unlocking these ancient codes further towards the remembrance of, all the beauty and all the amazingness that we are. And now the reason why it's a good way to close this out is because Julie has a very the overall mission, upliftment and consciousness, and we all have different avenues that we go down. And Julie is really about the new earth and creating an educational system and a platform to help the children and the youth being able to be fed the right type of information, awareness, and also guided and facilitated in a way that creates children that maybe don't forget their innate abilities, have a say in how communities are created, aren't considered lesser than in this hierarchical place where the father figure and the authority figure has a hierarchical stance upon the child, instead of more of a co-creative way with children, and then implementing that into the educational system and creating a full-on new curriculum for this new earth. That's her passion. If I think that summarizes it pretty well. And I'm going to say just a little bit about her official bio here. Julie Swen is a cosmic oracle, star mother, new earth architect, and template keeper, weaving cosmic wisdom into real world systems. As founder of New Earth Trust and longtime trust and estate attorney, she merges multidimensional intelligence with practical frameworks that support starseed children, conscious parents, and visionary creators. Julie leads global initiatives, including the New Earth Roundtable, Star Children Academy, Star Children Family Retreats, and an upcoming documentary, and a New Earth School under development, all offering remembrance, purpose, community, and future-ready education. So let's welcome Julie. Hey, Julie.
Thank you for that warm welcome. That was beautiful.
Yes. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. I'm excited to see you so soon.
I am excited to see you, and I'm excited to see everybody. I feel like
Yeah,
this
can't
is
wait.
what Anna Divine said. It's like a reunion with all our friends from the Galactic Cruise.
Oh, you're telling me this is such a reunion on every level, because there's speakers that I've been working with over the last 17 years. Some I haven't even seen for 12 years, and they're all coming to this event. So it's like, that like show when it's like, this is a day of your life where you meet people from your life that you didn't know you had in your family. I feel it's like this. Like I literally invited, it's almost like I created a big party and invited all my friends. That's the energy that I feel about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's gonna be awesome. Yeah,
your
hanging out with you and everybody. No,
right?
before
And
you get into your presentation, Julie, maybe you want to speak about what you're bringing to the expo and how it's something so unique, and what we're trying to do maybe for the future with what the themes that you're bringing.
Yeah. So, and let me say thank you for the opportunity for having me host something at your expo that I feel like we don't really get to see normally in these consciousness spaces, is a space for all ages, for the kids to come and be a part of it. I mean, sometimes you go to these expos and you see parents walking around with their children and things like that, but they're kind of just there because their parents are there. But what we're creating here this time around at the New Living Expo is a space where the children are not only included, they are seen as vital participants to this play shop that we're hosting. And it's going to be on Sunday at 1:45. And it's called Cosmic Play, Voice, Light, and Soul Purpose. And the way that I envisioned it, I was meditating on it, is it's going to be a big game. Whoever shows up, kids, adults, and it's going to be a little bit of mission driven. And what's really exciting is whatever comes out of this play shop, I'm going to bring it back with me to create policy framework that I'm going to present to state legislators at some point. So what we do there is going to be a legacy.
I love it. That's perfect. All right. So what are you sharing with us today? What do you feel called to share?
Yeah, so the topic of this weekend is unlocking ancient codes. And I was tuning into what that really means. What I have listened to in the past couple of days is there is a core message through all the speakers. And it's this truth that ancient codes are not really something necessarily from the past. It's not something that we have to find. It is something that we unlock from within. So it's innate, it's within us. And something that Mark Cole talked about yesterday, he talked about a lot of things, of course, but there was one thing that he said that stuck with me all day. And he said, nature is not something that we go out into. Nature is who we are. And I mean, it's beautiful that I'm the final presenter here, because what I feel like I could sum up for to integrate all of this is that we are the ancient codes. We are the living expressions of these ancient codes. And what I also want to bring in is the children. Of course, I feel like the children are here to remind us that we are the living expressions of these ancient codes. I feel like in the consciousness space, there has been various conversations about what star seeds are here to do. And I feel like in the recent years, there's been conversations about what children are now here to do on this planet. And my belief is that the children are not here to do for us what we can't do for ourselves. They are only here to activate the remembrance of what we truly are. And for them, it's easier for them to do that and become the activation for that, because the veil is thinner for them. They come through with less karma, less conditioning. And actually, scientifically speaking, the first 7 years of our lives as children, we still live in theta state predominantly.
Yeah.
So naturally, our brains are wired to be more connected to different realms and be more multidimensional. So I feel that the conversation, rather than saying, what are these children here to do for us? What do you think these children are? How do you think they're different from who we are? I say, they're not that different from who we are. Yet
Yeah.
they're here to show us, to remind us of who we are supposed to be before we forgot.
Yeah, 100%. Especially the when kids are so carefree and get to the point where they can, well, let's just say, are playful. When they're more playful and they're fully committed to the joy of the fun of the playing, right? I think that part really just like reminds someone else what it is to be like that, And then if you have children or something like that, and you truly allow that to be integrated into your life, you then become playful. I just watched this morning this whole podcast on Diary of CEO about how we're going to all live to over 200 years in about 20 years from now. Everybody's going to live to over 200 because of some technology coming out. It's crazy. And he was talking about all the different things that keep you young, because they're doing the markers on the body, right? Every organ ages separately. So they can age all your organs. This organ's 40, this organ's 35. And people with children that play with the children, all the markers reverted from before they had the kids. They became young. Their body reverted to a youthful state.
Yeah, and I can fully relate to that. Not necessarily appearance-wise, I don't feel like I'm looking younger. However, my son has brought the playfulness and the creativity, and also activated my mission, the mission that I'm on right now.
Exactly.
Yes, and I believe children are here to activate our mission, because being on the planet right now at such an important time, we've all heard about the golden age and the new earth, things like that. We know we are here at a time of change, and that's why these children are here to show us. It is with this level of playfulness, this level of wonder, this level of creativity that we are going to co-create new systems for this planet, which is an ascending consciousness. And this is why the children are not here to do for us what we can't do for ourselves. Let's not, romanticize that these new generation of children are going to save our planet. And no, they're not. We're still here. We're still here who are going to weave these new systems together, except they're going to bring in their codes. They're bringing their codes. They're bringing in the activation. They're bringing in an exemplar of how we may operate so that we can create something completely new, because what we've been creating is not working. And we know that.
Exactly. Yes. So Julie, you have around 35 more minutes. I'm going to go in the
All right.
background. Go
Cool.
ahead, take it away. And whenever you want to play the video, let me know and we'll do it. Do you want to send me the link on WhatsApp maybe? And then I can play it for you later.
Oh, okay. Yes. Why don't
When do you
I
want to play it? In the end?
Yeah, why don't we play at the end to make it easy?
Okay. All right. Send
Yeah.
it to me then. And
All right.
okay, take it away.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, so I was looking up the origin of the word ancient. And I'm a little bit of a geek like that. And in school, I took all languages. So I'm always like fascinated, like, how did language become into being? What do words come from? And so the root or the origin of the word ancient means in Latin, long before. And then when I saw that, the natural question that comes to mind is, long before what? You know, if we are talking about activating our ancient codes, the key lies in what happened that caused us to have forgotten that these ancient codes are already within us. And this is what I want to dive into today, that when I was tuning into this, the children not only bring in their codes and their way of being that unlocks these codes. And when I talk about codes, like, what are we talking about when we're talking about codes? When we're talking about ancient codes that existed long before we forgot, I believe that these codes mean it is our original form of being. That because we are particles of the source creation, that these ancient codes are to unlock our original template, the divine nature of who we truly are. And because source is an eternal and infinite creator, it is also my belief that creativity is the ultimate key to unlocking the ancient, the original template that is within all of us. Let me find the link to the video for Neil really quick so I'm not distracted. Okay. Sorry about that, everyone. Okay. So there was a study on creativity that was conducted in the 60s. And what happened was NASA, they hired some researchers to conduct studies on what traits demonstrate creativity. How do we sift through different people like engineers that come and apply to work for NASA? How do we create a standardized test to test their level of creativity so that we can find and sift out the most creative geniuses to work for us? And what these researchers found is that over time, our creativity declines. What these researchers did is they created this test. And the test turned out to be so simple that they were like, you know, we're just going to do this, perform this test on a bunch of children just to see what would happen. So they gathered 1,600 children, age 5, all age of 5, and they administered this test on them. And what they found is that 98% of them scored at the top, which is what they labeled as creative geniuses. And they decided to extend the study with the same cohort of subjects to become a longitudinal study. And then what they found is that at age 10, that percentage of creative geniuses decreased to 30%. And then at like age 15 or something like that, it decreased to 12%. And then when they're all adults at age 30, there were only 2% in that cohort that were able to test as creative geniuses. And what these researchers concluded is that creativity is innate, and creativity is something that was taught out of our system. In other words, now they didn't say this explicitly, but from what they saw in this study, we can observe that there may be something wrong that we're doing in the way that we're teaching our children, so as to crush their creativity. And why I'm bringing this up is I know that creativity is also a template for New Earth systems. Without it, we cannot create a way of living and behaving and operating on this planet with an ascended consciousness. So I want to share that when I was in grade 1, I was living in Hong Kong, which is a very busy city, and it's really, really crowded. And I was going through the public school system, and there were a lot of people. There were a lot of people in every class. And what happens when you're in such a crowded space is that you just don't have time to focus on the children. When you're creating an education system that is in such a crowded, busy place, you want to be as efficient as possible. So what they did is that they would rank you right from the get-go. So at age 5, they would do all these tests on you, and then they would rank you and funnel you into different classes. And so if you scored higher, they would put you in an A class. And then if you scored, at the bottom of the barrel, then you would go to like an E or an F class. And they kept doing that. They kept doing that throughout your whole grade school, high school, etc. And when I was in grade 1, I was in this class, and at that time, studying wasn't a concept. And my parents did not enforce it on me at that time. And so I was in grade 1, and we had our first test. And of course, there was a ranking. And shockingly, I didn't study. I had no idea what a test was. I scored the top of my class. And normally you would think this is something to be celebrated, and that, perhaps my teacher would be proud of me or something like that. What had happened is she wrote this on my report card, that you lucked out, and if you don't work harder, this will never happen again. And that was the beginning of my conditioning, that I have to work hard all my life, and that this world is a competition. And if I don't work harder than everybody else, that, I cannot achieve anything that is rewarding, and I would not be successful. So I'm sharing this because I know that this is not something that is just particular to me, and that this is not, maybe this is a little bit of extreme, but this is not outside of the norm of, our standardized testing and ranking, and what it means to be successful as students in our education system. So I'm actually going to ask Neil to perhaps share the video at this time, because I feel like it is relevant. That might lead into what I'm going to talk about next. Are you still here, Neil?
I am here, yes.
Yay, thank you.
You want the video?
Yes, please, thank you.
Okay,
And it's
pull it up.
really short.
Oh, you need to give me editor access so I can view it.
Ah, Okay.
Just send your request or your email.
Should I just try to share screen on my own?
Yeah, go ahead. Click the plus button, the screen in the bottom,
Okay.
and then choose it on. Is it on Google Chrome or is it on your computer?
It's
Is it
on my
on?
computer.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. 1 second.
Make sure you click share audio.
All
It
right.
should already be on, hopefully. All right, perfect. Yeah.
To learn on the chalkboard. Right. People like drawing the chalkboards like, okay, class, we're doing math today. Like, no. Like, oh, it's 6 times 25. Like, no. I want to learn about who I am, not about math. Like, that could help you, but mostly what's going to help you first is to know who you are.
Yeah, so I wanted to share that with everybody. That was actually filmed in our last retreat, the Star Children retreat on Big Island, Hawaii. And why I shared this is to show a little bit of that innate wisdom that we can see in children if we give them the opportunity to express themselves. The way that I would like to see our education system be created is that instead of grown-ups creating these systems, I believe there is an opportunity for us to create spaces where children are leading every level of the infrastructure of our education systems, and that they can speak to the governance, they can speak to the curriculum, they can speak to how they may be taught. This way, we're shifting that hierarchy of how when we are in systems, somebody has already created this system for us, and we're just participants in this way of being. And for education, which is designed for children and to benefit them, and for their development, it would only make sense for children to come in and become the leaders of the system that is created for their own benefit. So this is why I've created these retreats. And the first one actually came about because I wanted to create a roundtable of children, which is a vision of a council of children that they would be able to speak on their wisdom and share the transmissions online on a global level. And what I quickly discovered is that children were not designed to show up on Zoom and just talk to the computer like I'm doing right now. Actually, I don't feel like I'm so designed for it either, but that the kids just weren't really interested in doing that. But what they were really interested in was the fact that I live in Hawaii and that they all wanted to come to Hawaii. And so I created this retreat so that we can have this live gathering, which did happen, where they did sit around a table and share what they see as the future of education and what they would like to see to dream up a new system together. And at this time, I also want to bring out some codes because when I was tuning into what the children are here to bring to us, another thing that came from that attunement is that they are here to activate the star children that is already within us. And why I call this the star children within us rather than the term that many of us have maybe worked with, the inner child, is because there is a distinction. Now, the inner child work is important, and I truly believe in it, and I'm still going through that and integrating all of that. At the same time, what I've noticed is that a lot of inner children work revolves around looking at the child who's wounded, the one that was told to be quiet, and then now the child is scared to speak, or the child that felt abandoned, and much of the inner children work that I have seen is about reaching back into connecting with that wounded child, so that we can heal that aspect and let that child know that they are heard and they are seen. Now, this inner star children work that I'm talking about is something different. And this has something to do with star maps, star templates, which is something that I became activated in at a sacred site here in Hawaii, where the sky opened, and I was shown the map of different cosmic alignments, and how the stars align with all the peaks of the mountains and the different stones that are on the ground. And that these star maps, they are here to show me, to show us all the places that we have been as a soul. And that one of the tasks as a star seed like myself is to not only activate these star maps for ourselves to remember where we come from, but obviously use these star maps to activate the remembrance in other star seeds as well. And the star child is the one who remembers where she's from, that she came from spaces where there were no limitations, there were no inhibitions as to how much she can create just with her visions and her imagination. And that through her journey in the cosmos, she has gathered all of these gifts and all of these abilities that are always within her, that she can, with the remembrance, she can express and share with the world. And more importantly, these star maps are also what I believe to be templates for new earth systems, that we are the bridges to ground these cosmic templates, so that we can create new systems here where we can operate in alignment with the new earth consciousness. And just playing with this, I thought I would like to share the star map activation with everybody. And when I was out at the store this morning, I parked my car in a parking lot, and it just so happens I was parked under a plumeria tree. And when I came back to my car, all these plumeria flowers were on my car, surrounding my car. And I feel like the message is clear, that they have codes to share with us today. And this is why I gathered a whole bunch of them and I brought them with me here. So just a quick transmission. I'm feeling the presence of the Lemurian mothers, the ones who helped seeded the original templates of humanity. And what you're looking at, these plumerias, these flowers, they carry special codes. For a lot of us don't realize flowers, as they're telling me and reminding me now, flowers are here as bridges. They are here as bridges between the cosmos and our earth. And they are reminders of our ability to infinitely create, a reminder of our original frequency, of purity, especially with the plumeria. Oro tanayera su oroki inatoro nandiana tuturo natiana taki uana iana tanayana uaikiana tusua. They're asking all of us to take a deep breath into our solar plexus. They're telling me that inside the center of your core, your solar plexus, is a star. Remember where you're from. You've traveled far and wide. You carry the wisdom of the stars. And the plumerias, they carry the frequencies of grace, of beauty, of innocence and purity, all of the star qualities of which you are embedded within each of our original templates. One of the things that when we come into here as cosmic souls, what we frequently term as density is actually a portal of initiation for us to understand what it means to be in transition. To understand shifting, shifting with time, shifting with space, and how to create within that shift. And the collective now on the planetary level are all in this state where we are all being initiated into the ultimate transition. And we, the Lumerian mothers and the plumeria flower frequencies, are here to anchor in our fragrance, the beauty that is within you, and the grace. Remember, you hold grace. You are full of the capacity to transition across time, across space, across dimensionality. Now remember that star that is within your core, within your solar plexus. Light it up. Imagine as bright as the sun. Expand, expand that star to the fields, to the boundaries of your body. And now beyond, to the space that you're in, to the size of your room. Now see the star explode into millions and millions and millions of stardust. To be sprinkled across your city, your country, and then of course across our planet. For you are the bridges, the cosmic bridges of light. And finally, I am being asked to release, to support the release, this feeling of being suppressed. So if this feels in alignment with you, I ask you to tune into your heart space, where we connect to source, the creator of all that is. And together we ask for the support and the light for the release of suppression, for the release of feeling being repressed. Release. I'm also on behalf of all of the children, the children that are present on this planet, the children that are not yet on this planet, the hybrid children that are supporting and working with us. And also on behalf of Mother Gaia, I am extending a prayer on all of our behalf. A prayer to our Prime Creator, Source, God. We're ready. We're ready to be released from suppression, from limitations. The feeling of being repressed. The feeling of being told what to do. And instead, we now anchor the frequencies of sovereignty and freedom into the fields, into the new earth grids, so that the truth, that we are creativity, may be activated and remembered by all. And so it is. The other day, my son was playing, and this often happens with children. They're just kind of talking and sometimes just rambling. And sometimes the things they say kind of make sense. And other times it's kind of clear that they're just rambling. And out of nowhere, my son was playing and rambling. And all of a sudden, he got super serious and looked me in the eyes. And he said, Mama, did you know that the moon is a spacecraft? I was like, whoa, whoa, there's something to this. There's something to what you're saying. And that's the thing with children. You know, how Neil was saying, when we play with children, it rejuvenates us. It restores that playfulness and youthfulness within us. And what I would say and add to that is that in that process, by being in our presence, being fully present with our children and playing with them, we are reclaiming our original template of who we are supposed to be, our original nature. And it is at times like this, if you truly pay attention to what they have to say, to what they're playing with, and how they're playing, that activation happens. And once in a while, that kind of transmission you will receive from your children, something really wise. And I actually just got this text, and it's a synchronicity from my friend this morning. And she took a picture of this note that her friend's daughter, who's 8 years old, and she wrote this thing. And, you know, of course you can't see it through the screen, but I just want to show you, like, this is an 8-year-old girl's writing. And on top of this page, she says, angel advice. And there's 3 of them. And the one that I want to share is the last one, because I was like, wow, this is so profound. Karma has no start or no end. Even non-existent things have karma. When I was reading that, I was like, whoo, just full on chills. And this is why I'm committed to creating these spaces where children get to share, because they don't share the same way as we do. Yet when you cultivate the space, and, you know, sometimes it takes a little bit more effort, like throwing a 5-day retreat on Big Island, Hawaii, with dolphin swims and all of the jazz, to get them into a room to sit around in a circle to transmit their wisdom. Yet in that space, they show us who they really are. And in turn, we are shown who we really are. I know that in my when I travel dimensionally to other star systems, I have seen that our other star system, the way that they teach their children is drastically different from what we do on this planet. And of course, on this planet, the way we do things is not an accident, right? This density, this way of 3D thinking that created all of these operating systems. It's all an initiation for us to remember. Yet when I see these other star systems, when I observe how they guide their children, or the other way around, is they form children councils. And they know, as we should also know, that our children are the more evolved versions of ourselves. And therefore, they have more evolved ways of thinking and ways of creating solutions to what seems like problems on our planet. And these other light systems, they gather their children as councils, and they get them to discuss what's going on their planet and come up with solutions. This is how I see, and when I time travel on our planet, this is how I see. And I believe this is not as long. It's not going to take eons and eons of time. It's not as long as we think. This is what we are shifting into. And that is why I've created New Earth Trust. And I use that term trust deliberately because the concept of trust, I mean, not only because I'm a trust lawyer, the concept of trust is that we're stewarding something for future generations. And what we as bridges of New Earth are doing now is we're stewarding our planet and the planetary systems for the future to come. And at New Earth Trust, one of the main things we're cultivating and creating are spaces for children to express their wisdom, for them to be seen, for them to be heard, for them to be acknowledged that they are the wisdom keepers and that they are the masters and councils that are in these little bodies. But without being seen, they're not going to be activated into that. And that is our job. And that is the rite of passage for us to be stepping into right now. So some of the other exciting things that New Earth Trust is creating is we are creating a community. So first it's going to be online, and eventually I do see there will be physical schools that will be established. But this summer, what I am launching is something called the Star Children Academy. And the Star Children Academy is a community for children and their caretakers to be witnessed, to be seen, and to share their gifts and to share resources. Because we do need tools. We do need practical tools on this planet where we can cultivate, daily practices so that we can be most aligned and to be most centered and grounded, so that we can remember that with our gifts and abilities, we are to share in ways that could be that could create changes on this planet. So what's fascinating about this community is we're not just going to be sharing, we're also going to be co-creating certain mission-driven tasks together, because I believe co-creation is also the heart of activating our wisdom. And by co-creating, this is how we create these new earth systems. So this community is also going to seed that. So other things that are exciting that are on the horizon is another Star Children retreat is going to happen in Hawaii. So that's going to be in next spring break of 2027. And I'm going to be co-hosting that with Arcturian Ambassador Vivian Chauvet, a dear friend of mine. And and this is going to be a space that all ages, I'm opening this retreat to all ages. And I'm going to create a limited number of spaces where adults without children, but who are ready to step into their leadership, can also attend and be a part of this rite of passage to all be igniting our cosmic child within. So Neil, I feel like I've coming up to the end of this event. Is there anything else you want me to share, or something we can wrap up together?
I missed that, Julie. Say that one more time.
I was just wondering if there's anything else you feel would be relevant to share. Oh, you know what? Now that you're all here, let's share about our Star Children Summit.
Yes. Okay. Go for it. Well, I'll start. That Julie has come on board Portal to Ascension in multiple ways. Started as friends, and then she came on the cruise, and I've somewhat been assisting with this mission, but very lightly. And now in the last 5 months or so, Julie's come on as a partner and sponsor with Portal to Ascension, in which we are co-creating this event. We're also hopefully spearheading the New Living Expo with the child program, where next year, hopefully we have like a full-on thing all throughout the whole event, right? And so one part of it, the major part, is milestones in the evolution of the New Earth legacy, which is creating these events in order to spread awareness and start attracting the right people who are who are open and really find passion in creating this new educational system, curriculum, and supporting the children. So what we're doing is we've done, Julia's done one before, and I was only like 1% assisting on the side. This one is full on co-creation. And so that's the opening segue for you. So do you want to talk about the dates and what the intention is of the conference?
Yeah, so there will be a variety of speakers and presenters to share how they see the roles of children and what they are here to activate in us. And some of these speakers, including Mary Rodwell, I mean, she's been researching and writing about this subject for many, many years. And so it's a place, a space where we all share what the frequencies and transmissions that these new children are bringing in, and how that is going to bring into the next level of evolution of our planet, and for each and every one of us that are here at this time. And also, for me, like I said, a really important part of creating these spaces is also for the children to be empowered in their voices. And this year we have spellers. So for those who are not familiar with that term, they are nonverbal children who are able to use a device to communicate. And how I learned about the spellers is from like an amazing podcast called the Telepathy Tapes. And that's where I was introduced to the spellers. And since then, since listening to the podcast, I know these spellers are high frequency, multi-dimensional beings with important messages and energy to be shared with the rest of us. So this is just the beginning. We will have spellers sharing their transmissions with us at this event. And this unique event is going to take place at the third weekend of August. So August 22nd and 23rd.
Yes, it's going to be amazing. So please do join us. And just like this, we sent this out to our email list. So you're going to get an email with all the details. And it's just a stepping stone. I see what you're doing, Julie. You're kind of just building up momentum, and things are coming together as you're doing one thing at a time. First is the awareness, getting the people that are really excited about this topic, creating a very unique event experience, right? It's not, it's more mission oriented. It's an event, not just for our own upliftment, but it's an event for us to see how we can practically make shifts and changes within the educational system. That's one part of it. So join us again. What are the dates again?
August 22nd. Yeah, August 22nd.
22nd, 23rd.
August 22nd and 23rd. And and this is what's leading to the new paradigm of education. Is
Exactly.
Events like this where kids show up, where they get to speak, we are anchoring that template. That is what we're already doing. And I also want to share, I have created a new modality that I will also be launching in the summer, and it's called the STAR map, or the STAR template release and activation modality. And this is where I support people releasing any stuck emotions and then also activating their STAR maps. And it works for children. Actually, that's the most exciting part. Is I've tried it on children. I've tried it on my son. And that's what I'm most passionate about, is that although, these children come in high frequency, all of that multidimensional, they too get, they have inherited stuck emotions. We pass our emotions up to them. Something happens in their lives and they get triggered, and they don't know how to process that. And then it becomes a stuck emotion, which if we don't release it, it becomes a conditioning, a pattern. And it's so much easier if we release it from the get-go.
Yeah. After I have two nephews now. One is 3 years old, my sister's son, and our other son, he's 6 months. And I just did the Indian ceremony with him yesterday, where in Indian ceremony is when he has his first morsel of food. It's called a rice ceremony. Like the uncle, the mom's dad, the mom's brother, which is I, has to feed the baby. So I did that yesterday, right? And I was just thinking, like, because this kid is Buddha baby. Like, he came out chilling, doesn't cry, nothing, right? You can leave him for 2 hours. You can just sit there and watch him. Don't even touch him. And he'll just sit there and play with his hands and be completely amused and chilling. But his brother, who's 3 years old now, came out completely like, wow, needed attention the whole time. Needs his mommy to this day. If somebody even hugs his mom, he cries, right? And that's the energy it's been since he's a kid. And I really feel that there's some past life thing that they brought in. Like the first kid I think came in with a little bit of trauma and like abandonment issues from his past life, and is bringing it. So I'm seeing these imprints that we bring in, ancestral imprints, past life imprints, and they just become a part of our lives. And the more we bring more and more attention to this, the more we can navigate the world in a better way, so we can create harmony and have a great time at life, right? Rather than perpetuate traumas, which is, I think, what the system is designed to do right now. It perpetuates these traumas.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I would love to offer a session for your nephew whenever he's ready.
Oh, yeah, my sister, she'd be open to that. That'd be great.
Yeah. Okay.
Beautiful. Julie, thank you so much. Again, everybody, August 22nd, 23rd, we'll have the event page up probably in like a month and a half. I'll say sometime before June. And then, Julie, your website again?
TrustNewEarth.com.
TrustNewEarth.com.
Yeah.
Amazing. Julie, I love you so much. Thank you for being here, closing out today's event. We'll see each other in less than a week.
I am so excited. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, speak soon. Bye.
All right, bye.
All right, everybody. Let's all take a deep breath in together on the count of 3. Deep breath in. 3, 2, 1. Deep breath in. Let it go. 2 more times. Deep breath in. Let it go. 1 more time. Amazing. Thank you to all the presenters. Thank you to Alan for holding it down when I was so busy getting ready for the expo. Thank you for all of you tuning in. Unlimited replay access as always. Everybody on YouTube is going to be taken off YouTube within a couple of days, because YouTube does not like it when we go more than a couple of hours on YouTube. They ding us. They mess up our channel. So portal2ascension.org is where you can see the replay. And if you are on YouTube, Alan's channel, my channel, or on Twitter, anywhere, and you want to be in touch with us for other events, portal2ascension.org, sign up there, especially also because of Julie's event. If you're not on the list, you won't be receiving the email. So tune into all of that as well. And if you have any feedback at any point, please do share it. Hope you really got some insight and beautiful transmissions, and that we contributed to your life in a positive way in the last couple of days. So thank you all. Love you all. And I'm going to close out one more time with the trailer. If you live in California, come out. If you don't live in California, fly out. If you're another country, start getting your visa now, okay? Because it's going to be an amazing event, and we're putting so much love and intention into it, and it's really the beginning of something incredible in regards to conscious events worldwide, the newlivingexpo.com. So appreciate you all. Have a beautiful rest of your day, and we'll catch you next time.
The world is changing faster than ever before, and within this evolution, a new consciousness is rising. At the New Living Expo, thousands gather to expand consciousness, explore new conscious technologies, ancient wisdom, and the future of human potential. Immerse yourself in 3 days of heart-expanding wisdom and mind-binding awareness, with over 90 speakers sharing tools to awaken your highest potential. 125 exhibitors, 3,000 attendees, awakened souls unite in one powerful weekend of learning, healing, and connection. Experience transformation, connection, and the next chapter of human evolution. It is time for humanity to awaken. Join us at newlivingexpo.com.